Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. All right, so we've had a bit of economic data already come out this morning, and basically across the board, it is showing a resilient, a absolute resilient U.S. labor market. So things are still trending in the right direction for the labor market economic data, but what does that mean? What does that mean? Mic is low. Let me uh, let me bring it in closer. Let me just make sure I have the right mic on here. Yeti. All right. Perfect. So we had a hot economic print, or we've had really a couple economic prints. You had ADP non-farm payrolls coming in hot, 104K versus 77K. You had the labor market, some GDP number, representing a 3% growth rate in GDP versus 2.5% estimate. Core PCE coming in hot, 2.5 versus 2.4. What does that mean? That means yields are spiking across the board. 10-year yield, 2 yield are absolutely ripping here. You also have the Dixie flying to the high side. Look at this beautiful daily chart. This inverse head and shoulders really doesn't get cleaner than that. The only thing that could absolutely smash this pattern right now is obviously the FOMC today. If Jerome Powell comes out uber hawkish, that could obviously hinder this pattern. But right now, the Dixie looks like it's breaking out of this basing formation, a clear inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart. You can also see that it tagged that long-term support trend line going all the way back to 2011. We're talking 14 years. 14 years. All right, so obviously with the yields starting to press a little bit higher, the Dixie starting to press a little bit higher, that naturally is going to be somewhat bearish for stocks. But because the economic data is coming in pretty decent, investors will likely still try to pile into some of your Magnificent Seven names, your bigger stocks. We'll see if the interest rates impact the IWM. Typically, when yields are rising, that does hit the IWM a little bit more here. Let's just look at that TNA chart, just so because I have too many lines on the IWM chart. But TNA right now does look like it's still consolidating in a very, very tight range. Again, I still think that we're going to have to test the low of this range at the minimum, but we'll see what happens. You know, the market's still resilient, still in a strong uptrend. We had a little bit of a down day yesterday. It seems that every single down day gets bought. Obviously, we are seeing the S&P gapping up slightly. There's a lot of individual stocks making some pretty decent moves today. So we'll certainly review some charts and see what's going on here. First, let me just take a quick peek at this. Just give me a second here. PTHL. What the hell happened with this? Jesus. Look at these moves. I mean, what the heck? I don't even know what the heck this company does. But look at that down candle. Health technology. Oh my gosh. What a nasty down move for this name. To think that these stocks are allowed on the exchange. PTHL. That is a gap down, 94% gap down. Who's buying? Dead cat bounce, dead cat bounce. Yeah, China pump and dump. We've certainly looked at our fair share of those, Surfers? Alright, now that we got that nastiness out of the way, let's Let's look at SPX real quick. So SPX, obviously the larger time frame pattern, still in a very strong uptrend. The question is, are we ever going to get a pullback back to an area of support, or are we just going to keep floating and grinding? I still have a year-end target of just under 6,700. Call it 6,700 for simplicity. But the SPX hasn't given us any sort of an area to even buy or retest. I mean, you're way extended over the 50 and the 200. So I would love to see a backtest of the 50-day, maybe a retest of this pivot high. I would be an absolute buyer there. We're due for even a mini pullback. Even something into the 20-day would be ideal here, but obviously just a ferocious market to the upside. Dropping it down to the 4-hour chart here. And I'm just going to zoom in on price action. You can see we've had a nice two bars down on the 4-hour chart. What I'm expecting is potentially a third bar to follow here. Typically they do come in threes. You saw it here, 1, 2, 3. Obviously the third one got bought up with extreme. So I'd love to see a third 4-hour candle down. And maybe you come test this 63.34 level on SPX. Hourly chart right now, you're kind of just hanging on by a thread here. Look like you were breaching this key zone yesterday. And then they wicked it through, liquidity sweep, and popped it right back up. You did technically fill this little hourly gap, or you just missed it actually, but came very, very close. I would naturally think there's going to be a retest of this hourly bottoming tail, but we'll see if that happens. If we look at the SPY, we absolutely crushed the S&P 500 yesterday, and I'm hoping to do that today again on FOMC day. We will have a lot of opportunity. There's still a lot of data that's coming out this morning that should provide some extra volatility. If we look at the intraday pattern of SPY, you can see SPY is retesting the high of this channel. That is your aggressive short zone. I'll decide based off of what I'm seeing closer to market open whether or not I'm going to be looking. Surfer is wondering, Starbucks, are we taking profit today? Absolutely not. I am looking to press this into the $100 level, Surfers. So Starbucks obviously reported earnings yesterday. A little bit of a miss on the EPS. Revenue was good. Reaction right now, holding steady. Obviously, we've come up into this area now once, twice sold off. The third time's the charm? I think so. This has gone through a healthy consolidation, and I think we can press this into the $100 level even more. You know, a lot of people will be looking to sell into this gap fill because we've been getting rejected, but I'm going to hold this because we have no time decay. I'm comfortable holding Starbucks at the lower end of this consolidation range. What would stop me out of this trade is if we started breaking below this $89 level, $89.17. That's kind of my stop loss on the trade. But Starbucks is looking good. I want to press this higher. I think we could even start to float and retest these highs on Starbucks. So I'm going to continue to manage this trade and let it float and grind higher. Obviously, if the market comes in a little bit, we could see a bit of weakness creep into this name, but so far good reaction. And I'm not looking to sell. Let's just see something here from my view. So where I think Starbucks is heading to today, just a simple target, 618, retrace of this down move, that sits at 101. You could look to trim a bit of profits there, but that's where Starbucks is heading today, 101. But I'm not even looking to trim at that. Again, common shares, you know, Starbucks at 91, tuck it away even for a year or two, and we'll probably be above 120. So, you know, if Starbucks were to make a huge move, say today, into this zone, let me see. It all depends on how big the move is, right? So if Starbucks were to press into this 104 today, then I'd maybe look to trim and take some profits. But Again, common shares, there's less risk, so I'll continue to hold these shares until we get a really, really decent move. I like this consolidation. I really, really like it. No problem. And I mean, if we just do a couple little measurements here, I just want to see where this bull flag would roughly take us. So, conservative bull flag breakout, 103 high end. If you drop it down to the lower boundary, you're looking at 111. Then if we do the inverse head and shoulders pattern, which has tried breaking out a couple times here, it's just building a bigger right shoulder, which means it's a more constructive and likely pattern to hold if it breaks out. You're looking at over the next 6 months, call it a 121.94 target. So Starbucks will probably do a little bit of a peekaboo breakout here. I was also target 112. Yeah, 112 is a really, really good area too. Basically around this little bit of a gap fill. So not a bad area, that's for sure. Dixie's still holding steady. Yields are still holding steady. And guys, just a heads up, right? We did swing a couple of the day trade positions overnight. So what did we swing overnight? We absolutely crushed NVO today, guys. NVO, look at this name. It's not at 97, it's down here. So I love this, man. I said I'm holding NVO overnight. Didn't even take any profits yesterday. And look at NVO. It bypasses target 1 and heads right down to target 2. So now we make even more profits because we're hitting our target 2 level without even trimming any of the position. So those $55 puts for the end of the week are going to open up insanely in profit, guys. And we called that out here. Everyone should have been on that one. Huge gap down on NVO. Where I think NVO is going today, we're going to get a long trade on this one as well. NVO's pre-market low yesterday was 49.50, around that 49.47 level, but I think NVO is heading sub $51, 50.98. I have a big volume weighted average price. So that's where I'm going to look. Obviously, I'm going to look to take some profits here at TP2, but I think the downside target is sub 51. So NVO, I will look to take half of the position off of the table. And again, my average on the $55 put is $1.89. $1.89. So that trade's going to be a monster one when it opens up, guys. So I'll be looking to sell half of that. What else did we leave runners on the table? I mean, what a nasty, nasty SoFi. They are filthy. The way these boardrooms work. I mean, when you have a stock gapping up to the extremes, and then they sell off into it in the end of the day, roping people in as if it's going to get a dead cat bounce. And if they didn't announce a shelf offering, SoFi board, this stock probably would have gotten a bounce. But what do? After hours, boom, they announce a little bit of a dead offering and they gap the stock down right over this gap. That is an extremely bearish gap down. When you have a gap down over previous bullish gap up, that is nasty. That is freaking filthy. So SoFi puts, the 5 contracts running are going to be crazy as well. I think what did we net yesterday? I think on the second trim it was almost 300%, 260%. I'd have to go back and look, but SoFi, I'm going to look to trim those contracts as well. I have 5 more runners on the table, and I don't even know what they're going to open up. Probably around 500% or so. So we'll see. I mean, from 23 cents, yesterday I trimmed, where did I trim? I'm just looking at my notes here. Yeah, I think I trimmed at $1.03. Yeah, $1.03. Wow, so I don't know what those contracts are going to be up, but from 23 cents, maybe $2, $2.50, but everyone should have caught that as well. All right, let's jump into some trading opportunities today. Let me just quickly scroll through my master list. We do have some more earnings on watch. Starbucks, obviously, we touched base on that. That one's up 5% in the pre-market, looking pretty strong. Holding common shares there. You can probably press it into the 103 level today, 101, 103, around there. Meta doing well. SoFi down 7.5. CNI up 1.47. AMD down 0.5%. United Health catching a minor bid. Just seeing Joby. Good to finally see Joby starting to see and experience some weakness, guys. So Joby right now in the pre-market is starting to come in a little bit. I like that a lot. And that's happening when the market is actually pushing higher here. So finally starting to see Joby wake up to the downside again, potentially triggering this M-top pattern. So it's looking pretty nasty in my opinion. Oh man, every time I look at the stock, I just want to slap myself for saying, why did I paper hand Marvell? Why? Someone pinch me. What the hell did I do here? Marvell, a huge gap up, just making me regret my paper hand decision. I mean, we picked the low on Marvell, guys, down here a few days ago. We gave you that area. I'm hoping some of you are still holding, but I paper handed that like a little bitch. That's crazy. Man, what a monster gap up. I mean, I was holding commons and I got absolutely paper handed. So I didn't even have the time to K, but look at that level, 20% move off of our long level, guys. That is filthy. Where is Marvell going to today? I mean, the easy target we should look for is probably this gap fill target around 90 bucks. I'm just salty, guys. I'm so salty. I gotta take this name off my watch list. Can't look at it. Makes me jealous. But there will be other trades. There will be other trades. Alright, let's keep scrolling through some things here. So right off the hop, we'll go through some of these morning earnings that happened. VFC. Getting a decent amount of volume here, gapping up on earnings. So VFC probably wants to, if the market remains a little firm here, head into its gap fill around $16. That one is a strong name right now. Very strong on VFC. Stop. Wingstop catching a bid. Earnings pop on Wings. Look at that. What a monster decline. Damn, I wish I saw that chart. Huge decline on earnings and getting a filthy pop. Look at that monster move. No real falling wedge, but a nice little tight channel. Breakout to the upside. This one's gonna fly, guys. This one is going to fly to the upside. I mean, it's already flying right now, Wingstop. But you could probably look for a pullback on this name. Your first intraday pullback probably sets up a bit of a buying opportunity. Let me just throw on the after hours. Yeah, look at that monster move on Wingstop. So where I would look for a potential pullback, let me see some of our key moving averages here. Look for a pullback to your 50-day. Whether you get that or not, perhaps, but that would be your buying opportunity around, call it 337, 338. Tagging that 50-day moving average on Wingstop looks like a high value entry off of a pullback. Okay. Apple. My earnings prediction for Apple, gapping up to 300. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, Apple's been dead money for, a number of since this high of December. I still think Apple needs to play catch up. I'm still bullish into the year end. It's obviously its growth rate is something that investors aren't really liking anymore. but it's still a cash cow. I mean, you're really investing in the business for its hordes of cash, its consistent revenue and profit. You know, I still think Apple is at a much more decent valuation, but here's the thing, right? Investors in our market today just want to bid up growth stocks. They don't want to see these stable companies anymore. They've had their time in the sun, right? But I think Apple can get a push up here. I mean, just looking at the daily chart of Apple, let me erase some of these key trend lines. Throw on our 50-day here again. So we're sandwiched right now between the 50 and the 200. I think Apple's heading higher here. They're selling it off here into earnings, some heavy volume. I naturally have to lean a little bit more bullish with Apple. I want to give it the benefit of the doubt. You have broken out of this inverse head and shoulders pattern, so I want to give Apple the benefit of the doubt. But here's what I think is going to happen. Either Apple's going to gap up to 220, around this 200 daily moving average, or it's going to gap down to the 50-day, 205. So it's kind of a 50-50 risk to reward right now. I'm still bullish. I'm writing Jan 16th 225 calls, which again they've been edging higher in our favor, but I still think Apple's gonna try to at least retest this 200-day moving average. You've now been you got rejected off the 50 right around here again, and now you've recaptured and been trading above it for a few weeks here. So I want to give Apple the benefit of the doubt. And what's interesting is if we see yields moving higher, guys, and the dollar moving higher, which we are seeing today, who stands to benefit the most? The company that has the largest cash flow and balance sheet? Yes, that's Apple, most likely. So, I like Apple, especially if we re-enter this inflationary environment where interest rates start pushing up again. Maybe the Fed is a little bit more hawkish and yields start to push higher. Maybe economic data continues to come in hot. I still like Apple. So I want to give it the benefit of the doubt, leaning more bullish for sure. All right, let's keep scrolling through some other names here. Oh, another name that I wish I entered was this SRPT. We were watching it so closely, and it just keeps on trying to push higher here. I did have a little bit of a reversal yesterday, but pushing right back up to the high side. I mean, SRPT even gave me the entry. It hit my long level yesterday. It back tested that EMA 113 here in orange, and now it's gapping up right off of that zone. So huge move there for SRPT. I see $30 on SRPT. Yeah, I see at least 24 bucks. And then we'll see if we build a base above that. But still an oversold name. It likely is going to want to at least test this gap window and press into that area right now. Another day where Bitcoin's weak. Insider buying. Yep, that's a good observation. Thanks for putting that in there, Sarfaraz. All right, let's see what else is moving here. We have Tenet Healthcare, Corvo, QRVO. We looked at that yesterday. That had a nice little pop on earnings. That's catching a nice little pop. QRVO reporting earnings, coming out a double beat. Really good EPS print. So QRVO, guys, is now looking to press into this gap fill zone. So another one that probably could be traded on the long side today. A nice healthy chart pattern, a lot of meaningful consolidation. This does look poised to at least pierce these highs and trigger some more long liquidity buying, but a very healthy pattern on QRVO. One could even argue that it is a monster. A monster inverse head and shoulder has been building here, and you're trying to trigger out. So this actually looks even healthy from a swing trading standpoint. QRVO, guys, this is actually a pretty strong A plus long setup. This is actually a really good long setup, a continuation move. So I'm actually going to keep my eye on that one. And I think what we can look for, end of week, $100 calls are a little stretched. What is the gap up right now? 7%. Yeah, we can do a 12% gap up here. Just give me a second with this name. There's definitely a trade here on Corvo. So right now we're tapping into that EMA 113 on the weekly chart. So there is a decent amount of resistance there. What is this pivot zone here? I think we could probably push this into the $94 region. I think QRVO 94 bucks is pretty reasonable. Yeah, 94 bucks, guys. I'm gonna keep my eye on $94 calls end of week for QRVO. That's a very aggressive trade. We're buying out of the money. If you're a little bit more conservative, you just hop into, call it the $91 calls, maybe 92, but I'll see what the chain looks like when it opens up. But definitely looks quite interesting. Quite interesting. Sorry for saying Ali wants to know about Rocket RKT. I did look at that briefly in the morning. I wasn't really seeing anything that I liked, but let's look at it now again. Yeah, there's really nothing to do there. I mean, very disappointing price action as to how it broke out here and had a failed breakout. So that's the only reason. I was long this name, and obviously we got stopped out. We were in profits nicely off of that gap up, and it just came in so quickly intraday and stopped us out at break even. But I'm not really seeing another trade here yet. We did get a little bit of volume buying over the last 3 days. It tried heading a little intraday surge. Right now it's negative. Tough name to trade, guys. I mean, a high short interest name. Interest rates are spiking here intraday, so it's a bit of a tough one. I'm not really seeing anything yet. Where I would like it a little bit. Oh yeah, I guess there is earnings. Earnings tomorrow. Good observation. Again, it's a gamble. If you're wanting to take some lottos into earnings, you know, probably $17 your strike zone. If you're a really big gambler, you know, we previously had this upside target of about 20 bucks, 1970. But the only issue with that is you had a failed breakout here. High volume failed breakout. So that's what's concerning me. So there's really no edge in the trade right now. Thinking Rocket's going up to 17 today. Sarfraz. Yeah, I mean, that would be a pretty big squeeze to the upside. That would be a really big squeeze to the upside. Your implied move of almost 12% there. It's a tough name right now. I'm not really seeing any sort of an edge. It's not really at support. Sure, you're above your key moving averages. But I'm not really seeing anything that I like personally. If it changes, I'll let you know. Obviously, if we look at intraday pattern, let me pull that up real quick. Yeah, that's even still a tough intraday pattern. I mean, you're holding above the 20-day here, so, or sorry, your EMA on the 20 minutes. So, I mean, if you're wanting to trade on the long side, and your stop loss would simply be, call it a 10 or 15-minute close below this low here, that could work out. But if you break these pivots and lose this previous little volume gap, that's a very bearish sign. So I guess there is a short-term bullish pattern that broke out here and you completed the upside move, but it looks like they're trying to sell into it. So Tough name. Tough name, guys, to trade. All right, let's look at some other earnings plays here. THC, Tenet Healthcare gapping up. Nice move on THC. I guess it's actually gotten faded a little bit. Still inside of a heavy volume sell-off. Really nothing to do there. Harley Davidson, ticker HOG, is seeing some pre-market volume. So a nice gap up on HOG. Look at how they dumped it yesterday into the close. And then they absolutely popped it. Strong breakout on HOG, guys. I'm seeing a daily chart inverse head and shoulders. And the nice thing about HOG is when this stock starts to move, it really starts to move. Really bad earnings report there, but maybe they're upping their guidance. I really don't know much on the fundamental side in terms of what they were discussing yesterday on their earnings call. But HOG does look like, Harley Davidson does look like a promising chart to move higher here. So a nice little inverse head and shoulders breakout. Let's look at Peloton and Humana and we looked at Marvell already. Peloton today seeing a nice gap up. I don't know if there's news on Peloton. Let's quickly take a peek. Peloton Interactive raised to a buy from a neutral buy UBS. Okay, so just an upgrade. I don't like trading upgrades. They probably get sold into. But it's looking pretty strong here, getting some volume in the pre-market. Humana, ticker HUM, seeing a nice bid this morning. So this is one that's actually diverging a bit from the healthcare industry, breaking out. Looking pretty decent on Humana, above that EMA. This name, there might be a trade on this name. Give me a second with Humana, guys. We might have a trade here. Earnings report came in pretty well. Now this is a stock that is actually showing a divergence from its healthcare industry here, so looking pretty good. But I just want to see if there's a J tradable level. Yeah, you know what, guys? Humana has a nice potential upside target to about 260. 260. So that's actually a good setup. 260 long. Simply, what is at the 260 level? Your daily 200 moving average, guys. So that one actually we can look to take some upside calls on Humana, guys. Short dated upside calls. 260 is not a big stretch for the stock. We could absolutely hit that. I mean, it's another 1.25% move to the upside. So I'm not going to chase it right off of the open. I would buy the first pullback. And then let me just check something else out. The upper end target, if we blast through that 260 area, just give me a second here. And then the upper end target is 270.58 for today. 270.58 is the upper end target, if it were to have a huge move to the upside. But Humana, I do like Humana. 260 calls. I think that's a strong setup as well. Alright, let's keep scrolling through some names here. SoFi, we discussed that already. That's gapping down sharply. Our 5 running contracts are absolutely going to print. That was our big winner on the session yesterday, shorting it, taking monster profits, leaving some runners on the table. They announced a shelf offering. This stock is absolutely getting crushed. This is going to be the mother of all weekly topping tails, guys. Look at that. Huge reversal of this whole weekly liquidity. Wow. Big military helicopter just flew over my house. Crazy. But nasty. Let's look at some other names here. That's your most active list. Ticker car, Avis Budget Rentals or Avis Budget Group. That's coming in. Huge extension move. To the upside, that stock is gapping down now 192. So really large move to the downside. Really large move. That's crazy. Where I think that this name probably goes today. Look at that move. Oh my god. That's like AMD's chart as well. Just trying to find a technical support level. They're already sweeping this major consolidation low. I mean, the next level that I think you sweep is really this impulse green candle. So if you're aggressive, maybe a short on ticker car into this wide range green candle here. That's your next high volume pivot zone breakout candle. Yeah, they're going to want to target that liquidity. Another 6-7% down. Very interesting. All right, let's continue to move through some of these stocks. Palo Alto getting some news. Pan W right now seeing a nasty reversal yesterday, and it's getting some follow through to the downside. That is absolutely filthy, guys. What a nasty high volume reversal with a continued downside momentum shift. This inverse head and shoulders needs more consolidation now. Where is Palo Alto going? You're going to sweep this low here, guys. We have a long setup on Pan W. You're going to sweep that low today, which means that there's a few more dollars down on Pan W. If you're wanting to short that a little bit more, I don't even know the news on Pan W. Let me see what this news is. Palo Alto's acquired a company to strengthen its cybersecurity solutions. Is that it? So they're acquiring CyberArk. CyberArk. What the hell is CyberArk? Has anyone ever traded this name? CyberArk? Is it Cyber Software or CyberArk? Oh yeah, it's probably this company. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's this company. Probably is this company. Yeah, it's this cyber company, guys. So pretty much an inverse move. Cyber going up, Palo Alto going down. But I do like Palo Alto, guys. There's a if you're aggressive, a continuation short down through this pivot. And then the long level, let me just quickly work out the long level here. Look at how you're just absolutely knifed through all of the key major moving averages. That is nasty, guys. High volume through the 50, gapping over the 113 and 200. That's filthy. This stock is nasty right now. But we do have some levels that we can trade. Just give me a second and I will isolate down a key technical zone for us to buy on the long side, because this is a quality stock that there should be a institutional bounce. Oh my god, that's the more work I do on this, the nastier it gets. I'm just working out a couple numbers here on my other screen, guys. Yikes, that is just downright dirty. Downright dirty. So it looks like 177.50 I'd buy. I'd buy for a bounce. 177.50, guys. But even that's a little aggressive. To see a couple other things here for Pan W, because I do like a bit of a, well, there's probably going to be more downside, but there should be a long trade. So again, if you're wanting to short Marvell, or sorry, Pan W. I think if there's an initial bounce, this is how I'm going to play Pan W. I like this because there could be an initial bounce off of the open, and then I'm going to look to fade that bounce. So best case scenario, we get a bounce back up to 185, which is your weekly 50 moving average. But any sort of a bounce on this name is probably going to get faded again. So if they bounce this stock, I'm going to look to get into some in the money put options. Maybe if I'm feeling aggressive, I'd buy, call it the 182 puts. I'll have to see what the chain is like, 181s. But I think you're going to sweep this low here. A lot of people are going to be trying to buy this big gap fill, but you're gonna trap all of this volume. I mean, look at that volume candle, guys, from this pivot here. That is huge. That's like your biggest volume reversal for months here. It's even more volume on that gap down candle, its last earnings, than this heavy volume here. So they're gonna try to sweep that liquidity, grab it all, stop people out, and then probably reverse it at that point. So that's actually a nice setup as well. Pan W on the short side, and then we'll have a long trade. All right, let's see what else we got moving. And of course, if there's any other tickers that you see are making some big moves, please let me know. I only have 2 eyes here that are scanning these markets. What are we, 9:18? Let me grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in for the open, guys. Let's see what else we got here. UNM, Train, ticker TT making a big move. Plug Power. Oh yeah, I wonder how Generac's doing. That did report earnings, and then you have the backdrop of Russia earthquake 8.6, I believe, on the Richter scale, and then you had Hawaii and the coast of the U.S. Regarding tsunami warnings. I don't even know how that played out, but there were huge alerts last night. Nevertheless, Generac catching a nice bid here. Double beat on earnings. This could squeeze, guys. So same thing. This is going to do a very, very sharp pierce of these highs here. You're going to sweep this liquidity here. But Generac could absolutely start to squeeze. This is a very bullish pattern that's triggering here. Nice gap up breakout of an inverse head and shoulders. This is a very large pattern. Generac is going to be flying here, guys. Generac going to be flying here. Probably Generac wants to go to today. You're trading into some near-term resistance, but I think you're going to probably pierce these zones here. So call it 165, 166. Generac. That name should do pretty well today. Alright guys, I'm just going to grab some more coffee and I'll be right back and we will settle in. Obviously it's FOMC day, so you want to make sure you have some dry powder liquidity. I'm even a little bit skeptical to position myself too crazy in this market. I don't think the indices are going to move much this morning. Again, I could be wrong, but we'll discuss that quickly. Let me grab some more coffee. Alright guys, so let's jump into things here. Basically, our top 3 setups so far that I've identified. Obviously, the markets haven't opened yet. Things could change. Top 3 setups. We have QRVO. Looking to press this on the long side. Looking for an upside target of about 95 plus today. So I'm looking to buy that initial dip if we get one and take some upside call options. Humana, ticker HUM. I like this stock a lot. I think we're going to tap that daily 200 moving average. Trying to break out here, diverge from the healthcare industry. So again, upside calls into that 258 level. I'd probably just buy, be very conservative. Hopefully we get a back test of the 248 level and get an entry. But I'd look to buy maybe 250 calls. Maybe 255s, depending on what the chain looks like. And then Pan W, I think there's 2 setups here. I think we can press this into the short side if we get a bounce. Right now it's looking very, very weak. If we get an initial bounce, I think we can press this lower into the 178. So I'm going to look for a bit of a bounce on Pan W and look for 180 puts. 180 puts on Pan W. End of week. So those are your 3 trade setups, I think, in individual names that I've just discussed. Obviously, I still have SoFi, which I plan to exit at the open. So I'm going to take profits on the rest of those $23 puts. And I don't know what the heck that's going to open up, but it is going to be juicy. And then Novo Nordisk. Everyone should have caught this. So first things first, before I enter any trades, I'm going to manage these trade positions from yesterday and look to take half of my profits on NVO. And then I'm going to move a stop loss pretty deep in the money on the rest of the contracts, all right? So I have only 10 contracts on NVO. I'm going to look to trim 5 of them, move stop loss in the money, okay? So that'll be my first things that I initially do off of the open. SoFi, Novo. Novo is a bigger position. It's more oversold, so I'm going to look to get out of that position first. And then SoFi, because it's a high flyer, you're likely going to see some tradable bounces in that name. And then we got those 3 tickers that I mentioned. We'll keep on watch. Let me flip to this chart. Let me open things up here. We are going to be shaking and moving here very shortly. Where is bridge? All right, let's flip to dual charts here, guys. Teladoc had a nice spike, but it's gotten faded into, so not the most ideal setup here. Obviously, we'll put SPY on watch. You're finally starting to see AMD a little bit weak here in the pre-market. So that's coming in a little bit. Right now, down about 1%. Sort of good to see. Meta right now, very, very strong. UNH catching that Dixie though. That Dixie's freaking filthy strong. Oh my god, JP Morgan to enable crypto purchases via credit card on Coinbase? Are you kidding me? People are going to be buying investments now with their credit cards? Oh, jeez. Have you been able to do that? I've actually never ever... You can't do that in a trading brokerage, but... Have you ever been able to buy crypto with a credit card already? That's filthy. That's some, that's crazy. I personally would never do that. So you can see SPY right now heading right into that 10-minute EMA. It has pulled in slightly from the highs. But there is some near-term resistance there. And again, expected choppy, range-bound market into this Fed meeting, guys. That's honestly what I'm expecting. So again, I think up until the Fed meeting, guys, there's going to be better opportunities in individual names. I don't trust these indices. They like to pin market liquidity, chop it sideways on FOMC, and then wait for that bigger move. Gap up today could get faded to the downside, and then we could chop. I'd be very surprised if this market doesn't try to go back down to fill this gap and then chop. So we got the SPY chart open. We got Novo, looking to trim my Novos. Initial dip. Sky's absolutely cratering here to the downside. SoFi trying to catch a minor little bid. Alright guys, I trimmed half of my NVO at $3.85. Sorry, I'm just managing trades right now. Huge profits there on NVO, right at the lows of the session, trimmed half. Look at SPY, dumping right off of the open. SoFi, I'm all out of my SoFi puts at 216. What a monster trade, guys, on SoFi from 23 cents. Palo Alto, our next topic of discussion, is not giving us an entry, but look at the low that we just swept on Palo Alto, guys. I discussed that in the pre-market. This one's already hitting some downside targets, trying to sweep some lower boundary liquidity. AMD falling sharply here. But huge profits there on NVO and Palo Alto. That was crazy, guys. That was insane, guys. Over 800% on those SoFi contracts. That was filthy, guys. Look at Pan W, guys, melting to the downside here. AMD catching a decent bounce here. Palo Alto coming into a bit of a long level, but nothing to do there. Let's look at some of our other plays. Humana. All right, Humana's actually coming in, getting a nice pullback here, back testing that area. So that is a value area to buy right here on Humana. Let me just see my other names real quick. Pan W obviously coming in. QRVO. Wow, nasty reversal on Corvo, guys. That's giving up the whole move. Getting an alert on Snapchat as well. Wow, Humana coming in hard, guys. All right, I'm going to look for some upside calls on Humana, guys. Looking at 245 calls. I'll let you know if I take it. I'm not in yet. Seeing how this market wants to settle in. Hood is strong on the session. Joby's gone green. A lot of stocks are trying to make bullish reversals back to the upside. AMD going green. Wow, AMD is a monster. Pushing right back up. So they're dumped healthcare stocks there off of the open. AMD's made a huge reversal. Jeez. Nvidia up 1%. What a filthy, filthy. Pan W making a strong reversal back to the upside, guys. Very strong reversal. Starbucks still up 3%. Tesla green. Bitcoin negative. Nat gas getting clobbered. I'm not in Humana. I'm watching this. The spread is just too big in Humana. That's why the 245 calls, they're just way too big, which is why I haven't entered. But SPY pushing higher here. Let's look at Snapchat real quick. Snapchat did give me an alert this morning. Yeah, Snapchat's coming in pretty hard too. Alright, let's flip back to QRVO. Humana's not giving me an entry. The spread is just too wide here, guys. Look at Corvo. I mean, what a nasty, filthy decline. Glad I never took anything in there. But you know what? Snapchat looks pretty decent here, guys. Whole host of support on Snapchat. I think that there's a bit of a long trade setup here. Definitely on Snap, guys. Actually looks very, very interesting. Nice volume zone. Oversold intraday. Let's look at Snap for some longs here, guys. I think $9 calls are pretty conservative here. Let's look back to that S&P 500 chart intraday. You can see the S&P still trying to break out to the high side. AMD has had a really big bounce off of its lows. Probably has another continuation move down though. What else we got moving here? Fubo up another 14%. My oh my. Strong move there. PanW still down 7. QuantumScape down. EBAI slightly negative. AMD looks a little bit weaker here. Dixie still holding steady. Tesla still holding steady. You know what ticker's looking strong is DPRO. Dragonfly is gapping up on the session today. Nice little pullback, retracing a decent amount of its move. SPY is pushing here. Let's see if we can get a Snapchat long here. There's a lot of support here. SPY still holding steady, trying to push higher into this Fed meeting. AMD trying to go green here. What a monster reversal on AMD. I don't know why my camera is all messed up today. What the hell's up with my camera? I'm freaking green. Snap's continuing to fall here. AMD is back to the green side. SPY. Mindfulness looking at HIMS. Let's take a peek at HIMS. So again, I'm not looking at crazy trades today because we've pulled a whole host of profits off of NVO, SoFi runners. That SoFi is my biggest trade of the year so far. Over 800% on those runners. Yeah, HIMS is making a beautiful move to the upside. Everything's pretty much in rally mode right now. Everything. Nvidia strong, Marvell up 10, SRPT up 17, AMD's flipped to the green side. But yeah, HIMS is pushing, trying to squeeze into this gap. Robinhood up a couple percent. NVO is still struggling into these deep dark depths below. Buy coming in. Palo Alto still coming in. Yeah, it's a strong move on HIMS for sure. What's the IWM doing right now? Yields are still holding steady. Dixie's still holding steady. IWM looks like it could gap and crack, guys. Pressure this morning. Bitcoin's still negative. Nat gas still struggling. Yields are still firm. They reversed Starbucks off of the open. Still weak on the session. NVO still super weak. So again, guys, I'm not looking to jump into anything crazy unless there's an absolute A+ setup. I am looking for bigger trading moves come Fed decision. We do have some economic data coming out here. I don't know why my camera's green right now. What the heck's going on with that? That's just weird. Still struggling. Palantir, Hood are strong on the session. Nvidia up 1%. Microsoft's gone negative. Apple's negative. Google up 0.29. Amazon down by slightly negative. Meta slightly positive. Tesla slightly negative. Coinbase green up 2.5. Netflix up 0.43. JP Morgan up 0.47. UNH down another 0.65%. UNH is just filthy here. They just do not want to firm up UNH. Crazy. Big push there on the IWM, bouncing off its 5-minute chart support. We're just seeing how this market settles out. So far, it's holding that gap up on S&P and IWM. So they are holding steady. Look at this UNH. Starbucks 98. Yeah, Starbucks is struggling at that resistance zone for sure. Look at UNH sweeping those lows, guys. UNH, there could be a bit of a day trade long here. Because I am going to take a high risk trade on UNH. High risk. $265 call August 1st. $265 call August 1st. And I'm just taking 2 contracts, guys. Just something small to wet my beak here a little bit. Nvidia is still a beast here. Dixie's still holding steady. Novo Nordisk trying to hold steady. UNH is still trying to come in. UNH is still seeing. SPY still holding steady, trying to break out of its opening range. Still seeing this market holding some strength. A lot of stocks are green. There's some mixed price action, but your semiconductors are green across the board, so you are seeing strength there. Yields are still firm. Mega caps are turning green across the board. AMD curling back down slightly. Still positive on the session. Still seeing UNH. Dixie printing a new high on the session. Crude oil up another 0.7%. Gold is seeing some distribution today. Marvell still up 9.6. SoFi still down 7.6. OPEN up 2.4. AMD making a red to green reversal. Pan W still getting slaughtered. Starbucks making a nasty reversal back down. VBAI slightly green. UNH continuing to drip here. SPY, nasty little reversal there on SPY. Again, we've taken some nice profits, guys, on SoFi and on NVO. SoFi trying to bounce a little bit here. IWM seeing a nasty little reversal. Let's look back at Humana, HUM, Corvo, Pan W still weak. Yeah, Humana ended up bouncing, so should have trusted that A+ level there, but Humana nice bounce. Corvo got absolutely wrecked. Look at that, nasty. That's filthy. That is filthy. Let me look back at Snapchat here. UNH is trying to firm up just a touch. Snapchat catching a little bit of a bounce. Nothing crazy there. UNH catching a bit of a bounce. It seems that healthcare stocks are moving inversely to the market right now. Coming. Shut. Yeah, I'm writing 265 calls. 265 calls end of week on UNH. It's dripping a little lower. SPY still holding this opening range zone. Dixie still at the highs. Nvidia is still a monster. It's pushing higher and higher. Nvidia is just a beast right now, pushing to the upside. Not stopping on Nvidia. S&P coming back down. VIX is trying to make a little bit of a peekaboo move higher here. Again, guys, the bigger move is going to happen on FOMC, so just be mindful. I don't know what's wrong with my camera today, but it's all messed up. Let's see if I switch. Come on, UNH. Get your big butt up there. Bye. UNH is starting to push, guys. UNH is starting to push. Come on, UNH. Get up there. Take these 265s in the money. Come on, UNH. Now, probably, yeah, I switched cameras there. I don't know what the heck's happening with my other camera. Don't have time to really look at it right now, but we'll look at it a little bit later. I'll fix it in the afternoon session. Nvidia still trying to press here. SPY still hanging just basically flat on the session. Dixie still printing to the high side, guys. The DXY is still printing to that high side. Markets are still trying to grind higher. We do have the Bank of Canada interest rate decision coming up. Bank of Canada bid. Wicks forming in some of your mega cap semis here. IWM is outperforming right now. SPY is struggling a little bit more. Dixie's still at the highs, guys. Interest rates are still firm. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon gone negative. Tesla, Meta still holding green. Nvidia obviously is green. UNH firming up here, guys. UNH is pushing. Contracts are printing here on UNH. Big bounce back up on SPY and the rest of the market. Humana's ripping, guys. Microsoft really struggling here. Tesla looks like it probably wants to come down as well. S&P 500 still holding steady. UNH, come on UNH, keep pressing, keep pressing. Keep pressing UNH. Pump this big bad healthcare stock to the upside for us. Let's go. Come on. Let's get it. Let's get it, UNH. Okay, my average is 209 on these UNH calls. 209. Probably just going to manage a break-even stop loss, guys, on UNH. 265 calls. I repeat. I don't want to see this trade go against us. You're at 243. Yeah, we bought right into this dip here. I saw at the lows. It even went lower. I think $1.90 I saw on the bid. Pump it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Go, go, go. Solar stocks taking a bit of a downward shift today. Merck is another one that's trying to firm up. Look at UNH printing, guys. UNH is printing. Keep going, UNH. Get your big butt up there. Go green. How's Humana doing? Corvo catching a nice bid. Humana trying to push right back to the highs. Dixie softening here, guys. Uh-oh. The Dixie's softening. Pending home sales just came out, guys. Pending home sales. Right now, the Dixie's slight drop. Interest rates are still staying firm, though. Bum, bum, bum. So guys, just manage this Novo Nordisk trade because healthcare stocks are trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Again, I know we're still holding some runners down. If we get one more sweep of the low, I'll look to take all the profits. We've hit TP2. That was a big move down, but if we get above this TP2, guys, that is kind of my stop loss. If we get a 5-minute close above TP2 on Novo, you need to stop out of this trade. So keep an in the money stop on Novo. All right. Again, our first trim was just over 100% on Novo. UNH, guys, flying. Let's go. You got out of UNH? No, we going higher. Healthcare is looking pretty decent, guys. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. I got a good average on UNH 209. We bought right into this lower dip here. We swept this huge reversal candle. UNH has got some momentum here. You know, I see UNH at least getting to this upsloping trend line, but SPY taking a dip there. Nasty little dip down on SPY. IWM still leading the charge to the upside, which is kind of counterintuitive because interest rates are firm today, and you have IWM leading the charge. Weird price action, guys. Very weird. UNH, keep going. UNH, keep going. Look at the divergence between S&P and healthcare stocks. Nice divergence. I like it a lot. Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, Google looking a little bit weak here. Semiconductors are still holding steady. You got the 5-minute candle open on UNH. Look at UNH, guys. Don't say we didn't give you that trade. Bum, bum, bum. Pump it to the high side. Nvidia making another run higher here, guys. Get these UNH 265 calls in the money. Come on. What else is moving here on the volume front? NVO is still fairly weak. IWM trying to make another push higher here, guys. Same thing with UNH. SoFi making a nice little reversal off of the lows. SoFi, really nice bounce. IWM, really solid bounce as well. Dixie still holding firm here, guys. Dixie still holding firm. Nvidia is a monster right now. We're just settling. We're just waiting here, guys. Again, it's FOMC day, so make sure you have some liquidity available to trade the reaction on this market. We will get a nice reaction. Sorry, I just have some helicopters flying over my house right now. Guys, UNH creeping up. UNH creeping up. Let's get it. Tesla trying to curl the upside. Nvidia pushing 178.25, up another 1.5%. You can't stop Nvidia. It's just a monster. Freaking filthy reaction on Nvidia. That is just nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Starbucks down 2.6%. That is filthy as well on Starbucks. Can't believe Starbucks just gave up the goods like that. That is just filthy itself. Come on, Starbucks. People love their coffee. My girlfriend spends enough money there. Nvidia, the new beast. What an absolute beast on Nvidia. UNH continuing to squeeze here, guys. Markets are still trending here, guys. UNH is still pushing higher. We're just taking it nice and slow. UNH is doing a nice grind higher. This is a very good, consistent buying program coming into UNH. Very good little buy program coming into UNH. See a minor bit of selling here. We'll see. IWM is starting to curl to the downside just a bit, guys. IWM is curling to the downside. SPY catching a little bit of a sell program. Alright guys, I'm up 50 cents on these UNH contracts. Again, I'm gonna just manage this trade with a break-even stop loss, guys, on UNH. Break-even stop loss. Manage that trade accordingly. Please and thank you. NVO continuing to see weakness down at these deep, dark depths of the abyss. SoFi's had a nice move higher here. Snapchat's still struggling a touch. Nvidia seeing a little bit of downward shift. Still strong though. SoFi making a nice move off of the lows. Pretty much picked the near-term lows there. UNH squeezing, let's go UNH. Come on UNH. UNH, come on. Get up there, 265 calls, come on. Get up there. You know you want it. Strong move on Roblox today. Really big move on Roblox. Alright, what else is doing? Again, guys, don't be surprised if the S&P stays range bound here. I'm not expecting a big move, so trading zero DTEs right now on the indices. That'll be in the afternoon session. It's definitely the individual tickers that we are watching here. Let's look at the IWM. The IWM is the best performing indices, so small caps are holding quite steady here. Nice little consolidation pattern on the IWM, kind of in the center point of its opening range here. I think the IWM can push up to about 224.30-ish, 224.30-ish today. I think the IWM can push up to. You have space stocks trying to catch a nice bid. RKLB, guys. RKLB is trying to make a move higher here. Let's look at ASTS. Interesting. Now the market's still just in float and grind mode, guys. Float and grind mode. IWM trying to make another push higher here. Tesla getting a little bit of sell side pressure. Some minor selling. Again, I got a break even stop loss on UNH, just in case, guys, just in case. Alright, what else can we trade here? Intel's gone green, NIO down a few percent, Starbucks giving up all of the goods. That's freaking disgusting on Starbucks, so disappointing. Lucid still weak on this session, Pan W still weak, Marvell still up 10%, pushing for new highs on the session. Fubo is still a monster today. MARA still really strong. QuantumScape weak on the session. IWM trying to make another punch higher here. Nvidia is still a beast. A beast, Nvidia. SMCI up 5% today. That's a strong mover, SMCI. Ten-year yield still up 1%. Two-year yield still up 1%. Dixie up half. Gold down 0.67. Bitcoin slightly negative. Crude oil up 0.6%. IWM leading the charge to the upside. That's up 0.5%. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon still negative on the session. Meta, Tesla, Nvidia green. So mixed price action across your semis. UNH, another push higher. Let's get it, UNH. Let's get it. Come on. Take us to in the money. Again, guys, on my UNH calls, I will look to exit if we get them in the money. Nice pop back up on SPY. We'll see if we just want to stay range bound here on SPY, or if they're going to try to pop us ahead of FOMC. They're trying to rope in some liquidity here. Let's go, UNH. GME turning green. IWM looking like it wants to go for another high of day. We saw some volume coming into DJT. That was seeing some volume. There we go, UNH, guys. UNH, perking up. Come on. We're almost at those 265 calls. Come on. Let's give it to us. You know you want it, UNH. You know you want it. Crude oil right now, seeing a little bit of distribution. UNH now up 1%, guys, and climbing. Let's get it. Come on, UNH. Pump it into the 265 level. Let's go. We're printing to the high side here, guys, on UNH. We are absolutely printing. IWM punching to the high side here. UNH punching to the high side. Let's go, UNH! Come on, UNH is almost there, guys. Getting ready to take a trim on UNH at 265. Come on, guys. Punch through that. Sweep that liquidity. You got it. IWM is coming into some near-term resistance. There's an aggressive short off of this 225.30 level, guys. Let it pierce this trend line and hit 224.30-ish. There's an aggressive short. HIMS is up 8%, shaking and moving to the upside. What a monster mover in HIMS. Wow. Beast. HIMS is a beast right now. What a monster, guys, in HIMS. Alright, UNH 265 calls are coming here, guys, momentarily. We will get these calls in the money. Contracts are exploding to the upside here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Come on. Keep pushing, UNH. Keep pushing. I'm looking for a trim right into that 265 handle. NVIDIA tapping some near-term resistance. SPY trying to break out here. Come on, UNH. Give me a punch through. Give me a punch through. There's a punch through on SPY, guys. There's a big punch through on SPY. They are trying to rip this market higher, breaking out from the opening range. Guys, I am putting a $3.09 stop loss on UNH. Call it 310. Locking in $1 per contract. Locking in $1 per contract here. HIMS is flying. Yep, HIMS is flying. So 310 stop loss on my UNH, guys. 310 stop loss on UNH. In the money. We're hitting that stop loss right now, guys. I'm still holding it. Come on, give us a little bit more of a bounce. SPY's still holding steady here. Strong, strong, strong. Come on, UNH. One more punch through. It's close to stopping me out, guys. UNH in profit here. Still holding. Give us 265. Come on. Almost there. 10 cents away here from stopping me out. Come on, UNH. Get your butt into that 265 strike zone. Look at SPY ripping, sweeping liquidity. Oh my god, SPY is just a monster right now. What a beast on SPY, guys. Look at that monster move to the upside. Huge move. UNH hitting 265. Come on, get there. It's almost there. Markets are absolutely ripping here into FOMC. UNH calls are almost in the money, guys. 265 calls. Come on. Print it, print it. Get your ass up there, UNH. SPY is sweeping some high pivot liquidity. We could see a minor pullback here. IWM seeing a little bit of liquidity. UNH, come on, you're so close, UNH. What are you doing? Alright, guys. I am all out of UNH there. In profit, UNH. All out of UNH 265 calls. Nice trade there. That was a good trade, guys. Nice 50% there. I'm all out of UNH, guys, just as a heads up. All out. Nvidia is still a beast here, pushing to the upside. Monster move on Nvidia, still trying to shake and move to the upside. Alright, now that we're banked profits on NVO, we banked profits on SoFi, we can just take it easy. UNH calls, almost went in the money. But we banked profit. Look at NVO, guys, going right back down to the lows. We still have some runners on the table after trimming just over 100%. Let's name, you know, there might be a bounce here on QuantumScape, guys. QuantumScape is coming into an interesting level here for a potential bounce trade. Maybe around this 843 area, can trade it back to $9. Getting very oversold here intraday. Looking at a potential dead cat bounce. Excuse me. But let it go a little bit lower QS here. We'll watch that one accordingly. IWM still trying to make a move higher here. Tessie seeing a little bit of selling. SMCI still 5. Intel slightly negative. HIMS is still up 8.81. That was great profits, guys, on UNH. We rode that one nicely from the lower boundary support. Look at the IWM still looking strong. AMD now curling to the downside. All right, so we made money there, guys. We made some money on UNH. Easy little trade. IWM is coming into a short zone. It's aggressive. It's an aggressive short zone on the IWM. SPY seeing some top wicks while the Russell's trying to firm up even more. Crude oil inventories, guys. Crude oil inventories are out. And they are dropping initially here. Crude inventories are dropping. Push on the IWM and SPY here. Really big push to the upside. Move here in the market. Really big move. Again, IWM's hitting a short level, guys. HIM's put looks like a great setup. I think the IWM is into an interesting short level. Let's look at HIM's here. Yeah, HIM's should come in a little bit. It's definitely extended here, but the market's strong. Swept that high pivot liquidity gap fill. Yeah, it looks good. Looks good for a bit of a short. But what an epic breakout here on SPY and IWM. AMD curling back to the downside. Interest rates softening a touch, just a touch here. AMD curling back to the downside. Russell still strong into some resistance here, 618, upsloping trend line. IWM still the best performing indice right now. SoFi only down 3.8% now, trying to make a move. Markets are still trying to pump here. Really big surge in the Russell. IW or S&P seeing some selling off of this resistance zone. But look at the Russell pumping here to the upside. Let's see if the markets come through a bit of sell side pressure now. Russell, let's see if the Russell retraces back to its opening range high here. But a very strong move for that IWM. And this is a high value short opportunity, guys, on the IWM. S&P seeing a little bit of top wicks forming. It'll sell coming in, minor selling. WTI crude. After inventories have come out, crude oil still up 0.5%, trying to make a move back to the high side for crude, guys. The Dixie has softened over the last few minutes. It looks like it wants to maybe charge a bit higher. We'll see what crude oil wants to do off of this initial dip. But getting a little bit of a bounce here. We'll see if that wants to translate into a little bit of weakness for the equity markets. Again, the SPY initially pumped off of that crude dump, and now crude is trying to firm up. Still have Apple negative, Amazon down by 0.38, Apple down by 0.35, Nvidia up a whopping 1.69%. Again, putting the market on SPAC. IWM is up 0.77%. Really big move for the IWM here ahead of the FOMC. Obviously, IWM is front running a potentially dovish Fed. job got in the way. Hey, at least you have a job. You're slow and steady, right? Save, invest, and you'll be able to use your profits and earnings eventually. We all have to have jobs. I didn't start out day trading as my full-time job, and I still have side hustles, short-term rentals. First jobs was good old faithful working at Mickey D's, McDonald's. When I was what, 16 or so? I did paper routes, McDonald's, landscaping. I worked in my grandfather's factory in South Africa, some welding. Sales jobs. All right, AMD curling slightly to the downside. IWM is into resistance here, but holding quite well here on the Russell. Crude oil still staying firm. Bitcoin is flipping back to the positive side here. You can see the S&P is getting some top wicks forming. Let's see if SPY. So SPY had a breakout of the opening range, guys. Let's see if we get a back test of this opening range. That's where the bulls should try to defend this price action. I'm a little bit surprised that the markets have made this big of a move to the upside. I thought we would be a little bit more range bound. Obviously a little bit, the move has occurred more so in the small caps. But SPY up 0.21%, that's okay. Ahead of FOMC. Small caps are still trying to trend though, pretty crazy. IWM still trying to shake and move to the upside. Nvidia still holding steady. Crude softening a little bit here. Come on down, IWM. 224 0DTs look pretty good here on IWM, guys. Markets are still staying somewhat firm here. Still seeing buy the dip, trying to come into this market. IWM trying again. There's decent resistance here on IWM, guys. Decent. 618 upsloping trend line. Come on. Give us a pullback, IWM. Why are you rallying this much ahead of the Fed? What are you doing here? Let's look at that CA10Y. Canadian yields. Yeah, they softened up a little bit from the highs. Also seeing some distribution. Tesla looking a little bit weaker here. That's curling to the downside on Tessie, guys. SoFi, big bounce on SoFi. GME starting to wake up, guys. Stop. So sorry, Cludge, I didn't even answer your question. I got stuck on the job, but we traded UNH today for 50% upside move on calls. I said IWM is a good short off of this zone right now to 224, if not lower. But the bigger move comes on FOMC, so I'll probably take a bit of an early lunch, but we'll be back for FOMC at some point. We took 800% profit on SoFi runners, taking contracts from 23 cents yesterday to $2.16 today. I got out of SoFi at the lows. 800%. Monster move. I made more money on my 5 contracts than I did on my first 15. That was crazy. So my last 5 contracts on SoFi made more money than my first 15 from yesterday. It's crazy. Pretty crazy. Tesla's still slightly green on this session. Come on, give us a dip. Nvidia pushing back up. AMD trying to curl a little bit lower. It's a big level for the IWM. If you lose this level, you're going down to 223.90-ish. Come on, lose this level. Lose it. SPY still trying to hold steady. AMD curling down. Tesla curling down. Nvidia curling up. Netflix up 0.6%. Bounty up 1.8, Roblox up 4.7, Hood up 3.4. Pretty big moves. Views are seeing some top wicks form as well. How's Mr. Softy doing? Microsoft still green, trying to push slightly higher here. Come on, IWM. Backtest this EMA. Backtest this EMA. Come on. Come on, markets. Oh, Nvidia just printed a new high. What a freaking monster, guys. Is this stock ever stop? It's fucking crazy, this Nvidia. It's absolutely insane. It's insane. Friggin' filthy moves that it makes. IW SPY pushing still. SPY going for a push here. Still into some decent resistance. A lot of backing and filling here. Market. Nvidia punching through again. Another new high. Dixie softening just a touch here. How's crude doing? Crude oil trying to firm back up. 10-year yield back up 1%. And we will be here live trading the FOMC interest rate decision, guys. We'll go through a bit of the game plan based off of where the market is trading. Look at NVO, guys, down to the lows again. Filthy trade on NVO. That thing is just melting to the downside, guys. It's pretty crazy. Look at that thing. That's a monster hit. Monster hit there, man. Nice little exit on UNH right there at those highs. It still could push higher, UNH. Absolutely could. AMD now trying to make another run. SPY getting slightly rejected here. WTI crude, nice 15-minute bull flag pattern. Inverse head and shoulders on crude oil. Crude oil looks like it's going to make another spike higher here, guys. So we could see the indices come into a bit of weakness here. If crude oil breaks this inverse head and shoulders here, WTI crude looks very poised for another leg higher. Look at this constructive pattern. Nice sell-off on inventories, recapturing its range, but you got a very sharp inverse. If this breaks out here, crude is going to fly, and that's what I kind of want to see for the next short setup. So crude looking very strong here, guys. Another potential 2% move to the upside if it breaks out here. Alright, just as a heads up. It's looking pretty decent for another move. I'll watch it on my other screen and let you know if it breaks out and triggers that pattern. SPY right now, seeing some top wick selling. See if we can retest this opening range. IWM still a beast right now, holding steady. Why is my camera green? That's freaking weird. Never seen that before. Gotta be something there. AMD curling back to the high side here. Come on, IWM, take a nice dump. SPY, dump it. Crude still trying to push. NVO, right back down to the lows on NVO, guys. That is just dripping lower here. Meta's still holding steady. Financial stocks still holding steady. Let's look at regional banks. KRE starting to come in a little bit, guys, so that could hurt the IWM. Regional banks, KRE. Still strong on the session, but starting to see a little bit of selling on KRE. Nice. A little bit of decline. Oil trying to perk back up. Come on, Carrie. Lose this 61.90 level. Take IWM back to that opening range. I want to see some opening range retests. Nvidia just surging here, up 2%. AMD now ripping as well. That's going for a potential little breakout. Carrie coming in a little bit more. What's XBI doing today? XBI is strong on the session today. So that's what's keeping the IWM as well elevated. That's up almost 2%. But regional banks, guys, are curling to the downside. So IWM could see some more weakness here if regional banks keep selling off slightly. But biotech's holding up the IWM right now. That's what's leading this market higher in the small caps is definitely biotechs. seeing some minor distribution. S&P still holding steady as the IWM coming in a little bit here. Come on, IWM. Very tight consolidation on this pattern. Regional banks trying to catch another bid. Nvidia seeing a little bit of top wicks, but AMD now firming up. AMD catching a nice bid here. Advanced Micro Devices. Oh, AMD. It's up 4%. That's catching a minor bid today. Alright, so just a bit of a market summary right now. The S&P up 0.19%, QQQ outperforming the S&P up 0.37% because of Nvidia. IWM is leading the charge to the upside up 0.74%, so small caps are seeing some liquidity here. You do have interest rates up on both the long and short end of the curve. Dixie's green on the session. Crude oil is positive, natural gas negative. Crude oil looks bullish intraday like it could firm up. You have Apple down 0.3%, Amazon down 0.3%, and Tesla down 0.25% on the session. Nvidia green up 2%, Microsoft up 0.2%, you have Meta up 0.57%, and you have Google up 0.38%. A minor little decline here in the Russell, seeing a bit of sell side pressure hitting biotechs and regional banks. Again, biotechs and regional banks seeing a little bit of pressure. KRE still looks somewhat bearish on the 4-hour chart, 1-hour chart. Wouldn't be surprised to see KRE retest the lows of the session. Biotech still looks a little bit firm on the session, but you're coming back into your opening range right now. There is some support levels on biotech. S&P still holding steady because of Nvidia. Going on with this thing, but it is what it is. All right, a little bit of rejection there on the S&P. Come on down, guys. Come on down. I would much rather see this market go back to the flat to negative side ahead of FOMC, and then we could, I don't know. I don't really have a bias today. I'm just looking for a reaction. I really don't know what way the market's going to go. If I had to lean one way, I'd still say down because we're still very extended in this little bit of a market cycle. But we're still in a very strong uptrend. UNH going back to the negative side. So perfect little exit on UNH, guys. Nice job if you caught that with us. Come on, take this market back to opening range. Crude oil still holding steady. Nvidia got some top wicks, so NVDA seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Alright, I gotta change this freaking camera. What the hell's up with my camera? Can't be looking green on my camera. I guess it's just, look at SPY, nice heavy reversal on SPY. Nvidia seeing some selling. IWM still holding steady. Maybe if I unplug this camera, it'll work out. Interesting to see SPY selling, IWM holding steady. Camera's still green. What the hell? I don't know what the hell's going on with it, but let's try to sort it out a little bit later. Guys, moving up. Crude is trying to move up. Regional banks coming in. Biotech holding steady. Nvidia curling down. You don't see green? Not this camera. This front camera. So I'll change my camera here. I got two cameras here. Let me just pull it up here. Alright, let me see if I... Like, you see there's like a green, like, undertone or whatever on the back. I don't know what it is. Showing a slightly green on my screen. Like I got a green tan. I don't know what that's about, but S&P 500 is coming in slightly. IWM trying to sweep the highs and make another high of day push. So a big push in the IWM. Nvidia curling to the downside pretty sharply. Regional banks are curling down. Yet biotechs are firming up. We'll see what happens here. IWM does look very strong on the session for now. Trying to push. There goes a new high for IWM. IWM is melting to the upside here, trying to squeeze. banks breaking down a little bit. Surprised the IWM still holding this steady. Here comes your little back test of this previous channel zone on the S&P. Let's see this. Yeah, green. Definitely green. I don't know what that's up about. But IWM, nice reversal, guys. Nice reversal back lower. This camera is driving me insane. Do you guys see green? Like, my colors are definitely off on this camera. I don't know what the hell's going on, but... Come on, IWM, retest that opening range. Retest that opening range. SPY starting to drip a little bit lower here. I'd love to see the IWM go back to this gap fill. That would be beautiful. Or even this opening range low. Big drop on the KRE, guys. So KRE seeing some considerable sell side pressure there. XBI is still holding steady. So that's what's keeping the Russell up right now. So keep your eye on KRE and XBI. If they start giving up the goods, the Russell will come in pretty hard. So they've been keeping the Russell pretty elevated here. But it is starting to see some heavy selling. Regional banks breaking down. Come on down, Russell. SPY's trying to stabilize. Biotech still has a little bit more room to the downside. So anyone that shorted that upper boundary level should... Cludge is saying, greenish skin tones in photos are often caused by incorrect white balance settings on the camera. Other factors like poor lighting with a low color rendering index, strong color cast from fluorescent. Alright, cool. Thanks for that. I'll have to look into the settings. Puts on UNH would have printed? Yeah. 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 Appreciate that, Cludge. I'll have to look into it once we get this little bit of a nice RAM printed on SPY puts. Yep. IWM puts are printing as well. We're seeing biotechs and regionals come in pretty sharply here. Markets are trying to stabilize here a touch. Come on, take us back to that opening range, IWM. Nice 3-bar surge down on this 5-minute chart would be ideal. Regional banks are still selling pretty heavy here, guys. KRE still selling. Biotech trying to stabilize a little bit, but there goes regionals. Regional banks look like they want to go back to the lows here, guys. Minor support here on the Russell. Come on, biotech's another leg lower. Take that IWM down. Crude oil spiking, guys, so that's why this market is starting to sell. Crude is trying to spike higher here. Coming into that opening range on the Russell, opening range high. Crude is trying to break out. Dixie's trying to push higher. SPY's continuing to drip. So opening range. I think we do have more downside, especially if crude tries to firm up here. Come on. KRE trying to catch a little bit of a 5-minute bounce. Same thing with biotech. But SPY's looking pretty heavy here, guys. SPY's dripping hard. Nvidia's seeing selling. Come on, 3-bar surge right into this wide range green bar liquidity. Grab it. Grab it. Scalp there, all out. This market could stabilize here. Alright, let's see if I can fix this camera BS. So a nice drop there, guys. Anyone that took that short, you had that upsloping trend line that we discussed, nice 618. Beautiful little short there on IWM. They're starting to drip this market a little bit lower. Camera's back to normal. Still green or is it back to normal? Weird. Guys, so I'm pretty much just in chill mode until FOMC. I'm probably gonna grab some lunch here in a minute. But so far we caught that beautiful UNH trade. Nice SoFi puts. A little bit of a short scalp there on IWM. NVO catching a bit of a bounce, but we got some in the money stops just in place. And again, NVO is coming into that previous pre-market low, which is sitting sub $50. So there's a big area here for NVO. Let's see. I mean, if you're wanting to close those NVO contracts, guys, they're up huge from $1.89 to $4.60 right now in the bid. This is into a big level. I mean, you could go a little bit lower, but NVO potentially is trying to form a bit of base. So what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm actually going to close them out here. short final profits, 143% on the short side there. At least that made up. Honestly, guys, I got pummeled on the swing on Nova NVO, but at least we made some money back there. I'm considering adding to UNH calls down here. I'm very tempted, but we'll see what this Fed meeting has in store for us. Update that across the screen. think semis come through a bit of distribution here, guys. Semiconductors are coming in just a touch. Two cameras. I got one on my laptop that I have in front of me, and then I got some Nexigo, some cheap webcam camera. It's nothing fancy. Nexigo or Nexigo or something like that. Some cheap camera. Alright, Sox is trying to make a break through this opening range high. Can they take Sox back to the positive side? They are trying to dump this market here a little bit. AMD seeing a little bit of distribution here. Nvidia and semis are going through a bit of no, I don't think it's 4K. It's tough to stream, live stream in 4K. I think it's just 1080p or whatever, HD. These markets are looking a little bit vulnerable. Markets are definitely looking a little bit vulnerable, guys. So guys, an interesting observation I did post in the chat there. The weightings of the SOXX, AMD now holds a 10.4% weighting in the SOXX. With this recent rally, AMD now is more influential than Nvidia in the SOX ETF. Nvidia is holding a weighting of 8.67%. Broadcom holding 8.06%. Start for making strategy, just strategy if you put down open position and close position. That's a good idea actually, Sarfers. Thank you, appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let's see if I can update that. Semis are seeing a little bit of a decline here, guys. Alright, let's see. So, we do. Crude oil, guys, spiking higher here. Crude is trying to break out, so we are seeing a bit of a attempt at breaking out here on crude. We discussed this inverse head and shoulders. Whoops. And you can see it's trying to trigger. So this is what's putting pressure on the market right now. Crude trying to firm up. You also have the Dixie trying to firm up slightly. Semiconductors are still very stretched here, going through a bit of sell side pressure. See what Dow is doing. Wow, nasty decline on Dow Chemicals. Look at that, sweeping some lows. Is there a day trade scalp here? Very oversold 15-minute condition, making new lows on Dow. Very interesting price action on Dow, guys. That is filthy, that decline.
beta's right on these. Oh, it looks like it just got fixed. Okay, it looks all good now.
Generac back to the 170 now, or up to the 170 with that pullback at open.
I should have tried to buy at the ask and sell at the bid. I should have tried that.
Yeah, could have dumped my bags.
If your broker's got an issue and they're showing you bad quotes, you can try and put in an order, but it probably won't fill because when it gets to the market maker or the broker dealer, they're just gonna say, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Closing half of my BE $40 calls, up 52%.
you know, unless the problem was on their end.
Yeah, I grabbed those UNH $300 calls for August 15th.
Oh, you grab calls? I thought you was looking to grab some puts on that, bro.
No, that's we're seeing tons of like volume on
Yeah,
the call
I mean,
side.
I'm already in puts on this, and I'm up big. I'm just in runners, the 250 puts for UNH, but I'm noticing a lot of volume throughout these, and it's looking like it wants to bounce here. So these contracts are pretty cheap too. If it invalidates this H right here, that's a W.
I think it's a pretty safe bet, UNH. Other than my only worry for it is it's just going to go sideways. I doubt it's going to go any lower.
Yeah. $15-minute is trying to print a morning star reversal on the UNH.
Yeah, they're only 60 cents, these contracts.
Yeah, I grabbed them at 58. Nvidia is pushing again. The one that we really should be looking at is LLY, Lily. Because if that thing reverses, it's a massive fucking gap to the upside to almost 807.50.
Yeah, which contracts you gonna get in though?
On Lily?
I feel like they're pretty expensive, Lily.
All right, I just added B $41 calls for August 15th, and then I added the 45s for September 19th.
What was the ticker? BE or?
Yes.
Okay.
Still have comments on this as well.
Crude oil's pumping again, new high a day, $70.13, and moving.
That's not good for China.
Bull bear on LLY. Maybe I can give a flow. So someone bought 1,420 contracts. It's a bull call spread. So they bought 850 and they sold 900 for 735 above ask for 22nd of August.
Oh,
So you
this is
risk
interesting.
667 and your max gain can be like 4K.
That's a crazy bet. Damn.
Yeah, this is an unusual bet on this. They have earnings, yeah. So they have earnings on August 7.
Okay, so this is what Kennedy is saying about this meeting. So he met with CEOs and oh no, never mind. This is old. My bad. But wearables, the real-time apps, advancing tools. Are you still in that sober wearable play, the wearable watch?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Shares. Sober, that's our World Cup play too, bro. Or that's that one that you were talking about, that thing for the courts, right?
Yep.
I wonder if yeah, it seems like what Kennedy's talking about is wearables. So it might be more of a wearable pump.
Hmm.
ABGO looking like it's finding value, bouncing, looking like it's going to try to hold and push higher.
Um, Invest. Do you see this trade for LLY September 19th 880 call? It's like over 1.4 million on those calls.
Lily has taken out every moving average. If it doesn't stop here in the 750s where there's still support, like the next support I see is 700s, 720s actually. I mean, obviously you guys are talking a short-term trade, but long-term it still looks
Look like a whole dog. Look like it's going straight to 700.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is no support. If we lose the 750s, it's got down to 700s.
Is Trump not talking today at 4 p.m. about medical
Yeah,
stuff?
Yeah.
that's what we were
That's
saying.
what we're looking into.
Yeah, making medical technology better again or some shit.
So he moved, and then he's also got some stuff that he's talking about on the weekend. I think I remember hearing.
Hmm.
Supposed to talk about the China deal as well today.
No, we have so much to get through today and tomorrow before we get into weekend. But 20% of S&P is reporting today or tomorrow.
Yeah, Bassett seems to be out there kind of
Breaking out
trying
172.
to calm down the market. That I don't think they're going to taco.
Well, there's also the 500% Russian oil sanction that I presume would affect China. That if they
Yeah.
someone was
This is he's saying that the recent deals with Japan and EU have shifted global sentiment, leaving China on their heels during negotiations. And he reiterated concerns over China's export-dependent economy. These active trade talks continuing throughout August. I don't know.
$30. Oh, ERJ.
FOMC in another hour.
Is it at 1 or is it at 2?
Or maybe another 2 hours then.
Yeah.
I thought it was at 1, but I could, yeah, maybe it's at 2.
It's in 2 hours.
Google is Googling over 197. Let's go. Whoa.
I gave you the echo and everything. Google.
Crude oil is a new high of day, $70.30, and still moving. I think this can get to 72 by the end of the week.
Keeping my eye on Tesla. Tesla look like it's getting ready to start that channel to the side before it creates that drop on the H.
Big Kev, are you still holding open?
Yes.
It's
Me
Yes,
too.
I
breaking
am.
out.
I'm still in open. Yep.
Yes, sir. Up almost up 8% on the day.
I had those 50-cent calls for 2027, baby. Let's go. That's a
did you
big
say 50
difference.
cent calls?
Yeah,
That's what he said.
Damn, that's
that's
just like holding
exactly what I said.
commons at this point. Nice.
Yeah, I'm holding comments.
Generac's now at 173.
Told y'all, Generac going to 180.
IoT silently creeped back off that initial sell down at the open.
Google to start rollout of age insurance in US to some users. What the fuck is age insurance?
I was about to ask, what the hell is that?
There's rumors that Google and some of these Amazon are going to be getting into the insurance game. The reason being is they already have all your data and the telemetrics or whatever you call it on all of your information. So it makes sense for them to get into the game now.
Sorry,
What
what
kind
insurance
of
type was that? Was that
exactly?
You got Google and you got Amazon that I heard we're going to look to get into the insurance game.
health insurance or car or like
I
in
just heard
general?
insurance in general from, that's all I was told.
Interesting.
Okay, so it seems from what I'm Googling to find out what the hell Google's doing is that age insurance is something to protect kids and youth online. So this system will analyze various data points associated with users' accounts to determine if a user is actually under 18. So I guess they're going to use like more of a complex system.
That sounded so kind of like counterintuitive. I'm Googling Google to see what Google's doing.
You gotta do.
Does that make you googly eyed?
I guess. Absolutely.
So it's their effort to create age-appropriate online experience for its users. Good.
Makes
Thank
me a
God.
skeptic, like, like I'm reviewing myself.
Yeah, I know. That's and plus it's the AI Gemini. It's aggregating what's actually being found. But if you guys ever have to look up documentation what Google's doing, good fucking luck. It's a freaking beehive going through Google's documentation.
Yeah, purposely done, I might add.
Sounds like Google's going to be controlling what websites you can visit based on.
Yeah, it sounds like exactly.
And that's why that's what makes Chat GPT and all these other ones, all these other, AI bots so dangerous to Google.
But they got to do something for kids online. Not to derail the conversation too much, but it's
This is going to bleed over into preventing adults from doing whatever the fuck they want online too, based on like, oh, we think you're in the UK, so you can't go to a porn site or something.
Or you're in Texas.
Yeah, you can't go to a firearm website or I don't know, man.
No, Texas can't use Pornhub.
Wasn't that Pornhub's
How do you know
decision?
that? How the hell do you know? What the fuck?
I got him. He
Sometimes you're traveling. No, it was just on like a bunch of the comedian circuits are talking about it.
No, I remember when they came with that law. Yeah, I remember when they came with that law. It isn't banned. It's just that you have to be able to prove that you're over 18. It isn't banned.
Mail in your ID.
I don't know how it works. I just remember what the bill said.
And that was probably Pornhub just didn't want to deal with it. So they said, nope, no Texas.
But if Google starts offering this insurance, people are going to use this service to say, oh, we think you're under 18.
I think,
and we don't have proof for anything, but we just think you are, so you can't come, go visit this website. I think that's what it's going to turn into.
assurance is misleading. I think the age assurance is more of like a stamp of approval, not like an actual insurance term. And
Okay.
it's
Okay. Just the
assurance
marketing.
and not insurance
Okay.
with an A.
Yeah, that does make sense.
That BMNR looks like it's about to have some follow through to the upside.
Right now, you're sitting around the Kathy Wood buy-in price, 36 and a half.
Yeah, and it looks pretty safe to bet that it's going to continue going up a little bit. Backed by all that volume I seen, at least in the short term on the option chain. Bull Bear, your Wake Forest look like it's about to perk up. Wells Fargo.
Yeah, that thing has been asleep.
Oh, our UNH calls are starting to look nice. Up 3%.
Yeah, man, that was a nice double bottom bounce, man. Whoever played that, kudos. That was nice.
Yes, sir.
Hat tip to V. Her Aluma, ALMU Alpha Lima Mike uniform is all-time highs 25.88.
You were in the Navy, weren't you, Silencius?
Yes, I was.
I guess the Navy because you said aye to Kev, and you're always saying the
Yeah. Didn't necessarily have to be the Navy. It could have been the Coast Guard. I mean, all branches of the Navy or whatever. They're branches of one
that
another in the
is true.
Marines or whatever.
Coast Guard.
A's gray and underway.
Etsy is starting to look productive again after it's selling down. ETSY.
I sold half of my Generac Commons at 173.40 from 123.50. Up 40% on the Commons for Generac. I shared the write up in the Nest. You'll see the date and the price targets for Generac. When we entered, it was 123.50.
This is a pretty funny headline from the Kremlin. Russia does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries.
Right. Right.
Pot calling the kettle black, right?
Yep. Definitely. Yeah.
Sounds like they just plagiarized China on that because that's what China always says.
UNH 300 calls for August 15th, up 15.5%. So it did exactly what I thought it would have done. It invalidated the H, just turned it into a W. That's funny. Yeah, you could trim right here if you want. Oh.
Oh, net power. NPWR is up 9% today.
All right, so if you go to the 10-minute on UNH, you can see that invalidation after H pattern, and then we just cleared over VWAP.
Caterpillar 434.43 new highs a day.
%17% on UNH coins. Take profit here or whenever you want. Don't wait for me to tell you when to take your profit. Let's see here. SPY. Hmm, this is kind of weird. Get a nice little move on SPY here.
Yeah, Qs are pumping as well.
Previous month high 637.60. Yeah. Where's this trend line from?
Oh, this is not good for the ones on ERJ, I guess. U.S. is sanctioning Brazil's Supreme Court Justice Moraes. Can't say his name properly. Probably more as.
Yeah.
Microsoft and Meta tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, it's their end of day today.
Mm-hmm.
This is not going to be a great earnings
For who? For which one?
for Meta. I have just vibes. I haven't
I
done
mean,
any
they've
digging
been
into it.
throwing money around left and right.
Yeah, exactly.
I think SPY could get to 637.60 before the end of the day.
Did any of you guys take the rubric trade, RBRK? I heard someone mention it.
No, I didn't take that trade.
I didn't either. I've
Yeah.
been watching it though.
It's likely to go above 100, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty much set up to go aggressively whichever direction. But I wasn't super confident.
All right, Google is Googling again. Let's go.
Yeah, peak positioning for rubric is around 100. Yeah, it's at 100.
Yeah, there's no response or anything on ERJ from that news. So, I mean, I have time, so I'm not worried about ERJ.
Yeah, that's more my interpretation. It's just more time.
Yeah, yeah.
A couple days ago, we bought up the ticker MSI, Motorola Solutions. I think it will hit 470 to earnings. I'm in that place, low 400s, but it's starting to look very bullish.
MSI? No.
Yeah, MSI.
Oh yeah, Motorola. Ah yeah, the cell phone company.
Can you see, like, what do you see on the gamma?
I'll check now.
Man, Nvidia is going to 180 today, I think.
There's a lot of positioning at 440 for MSI. After that, not much. So it could run.
I want to see Tesla H pattern curl around within the next hour.
They seem to be heavier though on MSI for the downside.
Yeah, you
At
see.
400,
Oh, okay, you see more on the downside.
yeah, 400. There's net exposure of 1.1 million. At the 440 mark, there's a net exposure of 800K.
I might get out before earnings then, maybe. They should do well, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the bet is they're not going to do well for earnings. August 15th and September 19th are all negative positioning. Let's see when they're looking for the. Maybe that's not true. 440 is pretty positive.
Yeah, they had crappy last earnings too, so.
You have 1.1 million betting for August 15th that on the 400, and let's see what the 440 is doing for August 15th. 700K. Yeah, more to the downside. But it's almost at 440, so I could see it
Yeah,
touching
yeah,
440 and then coming back down after.
yeah. My money would have looked better off somewhere else. I feel sometimes it's not a cheap stock either, right? So
I don't have a definitive read one way or the other on it. It's not super clear to me.
200-day SMA is at 443.83, and that thing's run up into earnings, so it's almost set up for a fade.
Google trying to retest higher day right now. Googling WFC. JOBY up almost 2% today. Joby. Oh, UNH calls are pumping.
Yeah, I'm going to hold those overnight, I think.
Yeah, they're up 20% on these UNH calls. Let's go. You're gonna hold? You say you're gonna hold those?
I think so.
Yeah.
I got time.
Yes, sir.
Tesla in a shithole, huh?
I didn't hear a thing you said, bro. Sorry.
Said Tesla in a shithole. I said.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice H playing out.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's an ICH. People want to look at it.
That is also 30-minute is
Yeah,
heading.
that's the H. There you go. There's the H. This is a perfect entry to get in Tesla puts. Perfect right now. I'm about to grab some.
Yep.
All right, I'm in the 317.5 for Friday. I think this H plays out. It takes the low out. Thank you, MT. Shout out for keeping an eye on it. I got somebody over here that won't shut up, so I'm just listening. Fuck.
The shitco ONDS is pumping today.
Uh,
There is one IPO today, AMBQ, that semiconductor that's coming out of Austin, I think. But I don't know what time it gets out of the gate, but I can't pull that ticker anywhere. So I don't think it's released yet.
yeah, I think UNH could get to 263.45 today.
Oh, you bullish that one? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got into those.
Did you buy it at the 258 or you're in options, I guess? Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in options. And there goes the moving Lily too. LLY. Okay.
Some of the healthcare.
Monitive. I hope you didn't miss the whole H pattern that's about to start playing out on Tesla.
Yeah, I'm looking. I caught your note on that a few minutes ago when you started talking about it. Yeah, I'm watching.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
pretty good.
healthcare is getting some bit today, I think, right? In general. Oh, there was some healthcare earnings today, I think.
I couldn't get a good fill price on Tesla. I was a little too late. I'll just watch from the side.
Tesla S1 is 317.50.
Monative, did you see the move on FTAI? Man, that one pumped, buddy. 23% today.
I keep telling you guys, there are
Oh
some
my.
industries that are running as a whole, right? It's MRO is really, really, really strong.
Generac 175, up 15%. Google, new high of the day. I'm still pushing 119.47 on Google. 197.45, sorry.
Man, that FTAI is a big pump. Oh my goodness. What they report?
Google
There's
is
very
pushing.
few pure play MRO companies, man. So FTAI and AAR are pretty much it. The smaller ones, ASLE, but that's it. Those are the three companies that are pure play MROs.
What did you say? AAR?
Yeah, AIR Corporation, ticker AAR.
AIR. Oh, AIR.
No, ticker is AAR.
Oh, God.
What's a MRO?
It's
Ain't
a
that Marathon?
no. MRO stands for maintenance, repair, overhaul. They're the ones that
Okay.
maintain airframes and engines.
I was pulling up the MRO ticker too. I'm like, is he talking about Marathon Oil?
No, I just didn't know what the acronym stood for.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. So now I
So
know.
when you have high utilization, whether it's your F-35s and F-16s flying around or your commercial aircraft, there is a required maintenance cycle, and that required maintenance cycle gets more and more expensive as your usage improves. So if you're running these out hard, you're going to have to replace more parts more regularly, and all of that goes with the MRO industry because you require certification to work on all this. So all of your suppliers are also into the MRO business, but then again, you can't play them just on that because that business is a small part of their overall size, overall revenue, which is why these pure play MROs are a great way to play. It's a good margin business. It's a safe business as long as air travel is on the upswing, and as long as defense, there's a lot of unsettled in times in defense and aircraft are flying. those engines last very little in defense aircraft. So you got to keep maintaining them a lot more when you're flying them, not just for training.
So Monitor, I'm looking at the AAR. You mentioned the ticker is AIR, right? So it looks like it got a big push from last earnings, and it's below that area. Even with FTAI reporting well today, that one did not catch any sentiment to the upside. You think it's a buy here? Looks like a place to buy here now. AIR, right? Look at that chart. That chart looks like last earnings day when it was at price range. It had huge volume with a green candle on it. It pulled back and it's at that point now. That looks like a nice shot. Might be a place to get in.
Yeah, it's pulled back all the way to last earnings.
Yeah. And it didn't get any sentiment upside today with FTI AI reporting, and that's up 23%. I would have thought there would be a, I don't know. Well, I got some bit today, but I like the chart, man.
So there is some time though. They report a month out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe let that gap fill today. Looks like
Okay.
that gap up is going to fill. So I would say I'd say just let it fill and pick it up in the lower 70s somewhere, right? Remember these things, when you have a really weak market, these things will pull down and
Yeah. Yeah.
but it's not a day trade. This is a minimally a couple of months swing. That's the way you play it. Of course, if it runs $20 on earnings, you take your money and get out. But that's not typical, right? Though
Um,
Yeah.
the last
Yeah.
three earnings, it's done crazy shit.
Yeah, I wanted that FTAI, man, with that short report, right? When it fell to $80, I wanted that bad.
Yeah, I talked about it.
Yeah.
I didn't catch it at that low. I got it somewhere close to 90, and I ran it up all the way to 130 and stupidly sold. Went even higher.
um, Airbus is looking to add more gliders by end of year.
More what?
Gliders.
What? They're not getting engines?
Well, they have 60 aircrafts without engines at the end of June.
Yeah. So G and Raytheon are screwing with them. So both of them are messed up. I think there's something going on. It's probably a policy thing that Trump is pushing to screw over Airbus. You're going to see more and more of Rolls-Royce in play. They are the only other supplier of multi-aisle engines, of the large engines. And I mean, Raytheon is not in a good place if they mess around with Airbus. If US messes with Airbus, because CFM, which is a collaboration between Safran and GE, can produce engines in Europe and ship to Airbus. But Raytheon does not have production in Europe. So that's a big problem. But again, if you have things like this, the existing engines, the engines that are bought for maintenance, those will have even higher demand. So that makes me like AIR even more. That makes me like the entire industry even more. AirSale is an interesting company. ASLE, much smaller player, and they had a big miss, and it had nothing to do with any fundamentals. The miss was, they occasionally, have some airframes and engines in stock that they sell, and in the quarter they sell, they beat by like 25%, and in the quarter they don't sell, if it's a year over year compare, the revenue pullback looks terrible, but it's a one-time item. It should never even be counted. But anyway, that's what it is. I think that's another recovery story. ASLE, air sale.
Tesla's starting to about play out now.
And it bounced and gave you a good entry, and I bet you didn't take it.
I did. I got a great entry.
Nice.
Where did you guys take the Tesla short?
Pardon? What did you say, sir?
Kev, where did you take the Tesla short at? What was your?
When I told you to look at it and it was the H pattern forming up, and I said, right now, this is the perfect time I'm getting in it. I got it. I got the 317 and a halves. Now, give me a second. I'll tell you what I bought them at.
I bought my August 1st 315s for 350.
I mean, I still have the
Yeah,
350.
that was my question. August 315s at 350. Okay.
Sorry, Kev, your mic was a little choppy.
All right. What I'm saying is I still have the 315s for next week. I got the 317 and a halves for Friday at 463.
Nice. Yeah, when you Kev first called out, I was looking at the 315s for Friday. They were 350, and then waiting a bit, they jumped up to 370. That's why I said they're too expensive. But then they jumped back down to 345, and I got in at 350 on the bounce.
Tesla about to take that low out. Yeah, when I said that right now I'm grabbing them, I mean I just grabbed them. Like, and then y'all just kept on talking. I mean, it wasn't worth me just continue to talking about it until it made the move. I wasn't even going to say anything until the low got taken out. BB just decided to, that it was making that move, so he wanted to bring y'all's attention to it. I just wasn't going to say anything. I already said everything that I needed to say, in my opinion. If you decide to watch it, you watch it. If not, because I'm watching other shit too. So.
Okay. A nice V-shaped recovery on VEEV. VEEV.
But market's pretty quiet right now in terms of movement.
Yep, quiet enough for me to roll me a joint. So that's what I was doing. I was watching Tesla. Good afternoon, bro. How you been?
Good, brother. I'm in with you on those 317 and a half, brother. Great call.
Let's get it.
Let's get it, baby.
Yeah, no, Monitive. I seen you had a space the other day, and he was requesting to get up, and you was telling him that you didn't know who he was or whatever. I wanted to come up and say something, but I was so busy. I don't even remember if you ended up letting him up or not. But yeah, Alpha One is good. He's good people.
No worries. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
All right. I do apologize. I just don't know anybody that is not regularly, in my space. But next time you're more than welcome, and I do apologize.
No worries. Appreciate you.
Yeah, that H on Tesla standing prominent or sitting prominent like a chair. So it looks like it's Look like it's ready to play itself out. I think it's ready to have that drop.
I agree.
What else you looking at, Alpha? What else you got going on your plate?
Man, I was creating a new dip scanner, and I caught that BMNR at $30. Just doing my thing, brother, just like you, man.
Oh, you have a dip scanner. That's nice.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, I'll share it with you, bro.
Yeah, I need a dip scanner. That's exactly what I need. Oh, here we go. Tesla looking like it's ready to drop. Looking like it's got anvils in its pockets.
AES 10-minute chart double topped and it's dumping.
I can just add to my leaps on that.
Mhm.
Looks like Trump is signing a bill at 1 o'clock, so we're gonna get probably some Trump commentary.
Oh, damn. Not an hour before JP.
1:30 signing. He's probably gonna be like the exact same time.
Kev, look at that SLGM.
Can't look at it right now. If somebody else would, that'd be helpful.
What are you looking at? S what? Hey, Monative, did you remember when we were talking about Autodesk ADSK about 2 3 weeks ago? Did you get in then? I told you I was grabbing those $300 calls for August 15th, Autodesk. You were saying it was a good buy down here.
Monitor, can you hear Bull Bear?
I'm sorry, I just stepped out. Can you repeat, please?
Remember when we were talking about Autodesk a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago? In
Yeah.
the 11th? I told you I was grabbing those $300 calls. Look at it now, ADSK.
You think it's gonna break out there, Bull Bear?
Yeah,
Mm,
especially over 310. Over 310, it's gone.
yeah. Hey, Bull Bear, can you look at this weekly on VRT? What would you do on this chart? Look at the weekly on VRT.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Would you get out or you get in? I'm like, look at that, this perfect double top on the weekly, and it's like the same candle before it dipped.
Yeah. Shit. Hold on. Damn.
All right, Alpha. What am I
Uh,
looking at again?
Oh, VRT.
I was looking at that SLGN.
hold on. I'll tell you right here.
What are you looking at? Shorting it? Catching the bounce? Oh no, you're talking about dip buys. Okay,
Yeah,
this is
dip.
one of them dip buys. Okay.
Just put it on your radar, brother.
On the weekly, it just touched the 200 SMA.
That's how I
I wouldn't.
picked
I
up.
wouldn't. I wouldn't sell monitor.
Yeah, that's how I picked up that BMNR.
I mean
Same.
MT rather. Excuse me. Sorry, MT. Go
The
ahead.
the
You said
V-
you picked up the M.
VRT.
Yeah. No. To me, it's increasing volume this week, and like the week is it's just starting essentially.
Nah, I would take my profits here.
Okay, I might do that.
And if you want, you could re-enter over 146.50. if if it clears over that, I think it goes to 155. But for now, I would take my profits off if it were me. But that's just me.
Hey, MT, you there?
MT, are you there? Nope. Look like he's having technical difficulties.
Hmm. Ticker VEEV. Viva Systems. On the 10-minute chart, perfect actually invalidation of a H pattern forming into a W on VEEV 30-minute chart, up 0.64% today.
Look at that one on the weekly. That looks like a bull flag to me.
Which one?
DEEV.
Oh yeah.
I just shared a very interesting post on SaaS applications and how vertical integration versus horizontal integration within or vertical spread in product versus horizontal is outperforming, right? So take a look at that. Weave is top of the list, but there's a few others like that. Maybe there's a similar trade somewhere else for you guys.
Looking at Carnival Cruise still holding 30. Hood holding 106. ABGO after pulling back above 300. Bitcoin still looks overall bearish. Have a slight bounce, but look like it wants to continue to the downside. My personal opinion, could be wrong, whatever. Looking at the VIX looking like it's perking up and ready to try to continue pushing higher. Looking at Apple looking like it's about to take the bottom out on an M pattern playing out. UNH rejection at 261 mid. We're trying to see if it's gonna have follow through to the upside, or if it's gonna be a rejection. Tesla still waiting on that next leg down. Perking up, looking a little like it's trying to be bullish. I'm still in my puts. Microsoft triangle pattern tightening, could break either way. Shops look like it wants its next leg up. Google looks like it wants its next leg up. Meta starting to look bullish, found support. Amazon starting to get interesting, found support, look like it could possibly push. Rocket Lab is flagging out, could possibly push to the upside. AMD flagging, looking like it wants to push to the upside. NVIDIA still butted up against resistance and look like it wants to continue. IWM at resistance, looking still bullish. Dow, after pulling up to resistance, is getting rejected slightly. And Walmart looked like it's still bearish.
Thank you, Kev.
But I really like this ticker. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart on VEEV, guys. No.
What's Roblox doing? That's a trade I should have took today.
VKTX, Viking Therapeutics, up 3.71%. That's a Jeffrey special. Google 198. 198.48 was the high. Okay. Pan W down 4%. RTX. SMCI has been slowly making its way up today. Up almost 5% on SMCI.
Yeah, that's why I like my calls, and I mean, I don't like going against a man, but I mean, I'm gonna follow what I see.
Yeah.
Airbus CEO says Boeing has a powerful sales guy in Trump.
They are right.
Yeah.
They hit the nail on the head on that one. Lockheed Martin looks pretty interesting right here on the 15-minute chart. Looks like it's making a cup. LMT. SRPT up 15%. Double bottomed on the 15-minute chart. It's just been buy volume since. Up there.
UNH is starting to look productive again.
Let's see.
Still pretty early. We're 5 minutes into the 10-minute candle, but looks good.
SPY done. I haven't really looked at SPY much today. $636.72. A point of control at 637.28 in SPY. And hey, BB, what is Polymarket saying for cut for today?
My my analyst desk.
Yeah.
98% chance, no change.
Okay, cool. It's a nothing burger right now.
Someone was mentioning earlier that gold was dumping, but GLD bounced right on my trend line. Bounced on the 303. So it's still within that range, that tightening range.
I took a short on the gold futures and then bailed on it when it wasn't working, and then 10 minutes later it dumped. Caterpillar had a new high of day today. What was this? 436.20, and it's just 20 cents off of the all-time high. Let's go.
So, what are your thoughts on SPY? Bull Bear looking like it's hitting that rejection and could possibly have a little move to the downside. Looking at Apple, Apple looked like it's about to take that whole low out and keep going.
Yeah, I just saw that it looks like SPY is trying to play out an M pattern. Yeah,
Which time frame you looking at on the M?
15.
Oh shit! That on that 15, man, that looked like zigzag.
Yeah, or just go to the 10 and zoom out or zoom in, whichever one, you'll see it too. But yeah, it's looking like a zigzag for real.
Yeah, it's holding about VWAP on that 15-minute.
Yeah.
Looks like it found some support here, so I mean, it's got plenty of room to the upside.
Come on, Googly, what are you trying to do? Just looking at Microsoft. Microsoft has this just consolidative pattern. Which way is it gonna break? It's gonna be a big move either way. Hey Jeffrey, what do you think? You've been hanging out here all day, but you've been too good to come up here and hang out with us, bro. I feel some type of way. What are you doing? Been holding the purse all day shopping?
Makeup stand is not working today, bro. You can't use the stand today, so and probably the power is out too.
Yeah, I was about to say the power might be out. Oh yeah, he's holding the purse.
There it goes.
Bro, we can't even hear you. That Starlink ain't work. It ain't linked in.
Well, Bear, we need to tell him to buy some Generac stock and make some money, man.
I know. We might
Fuck.
have to. He needs to buy some Generac. Yo, we can't even hear him.
Sound like he's talking under the water. He's in the goldfish bowl.
He's importing snake. What is it called? Snake repellents.
Ah, yeah. Peppermint oil.
Yo, we can't hear anything you're saying, bro.
Hear the music.
Maybe the listeners can hear him. Let me drop down the listener and see if I can hear him better.
No, we can't hear anyway. No one can.
You just hear
Listen to
music
this
pumping in the
clown.
background.
Let me drop down to listeners. You hear this guy?
Jeffrey is.
Got an H pattern forming on Amazon. Got an H pattern forming on Amazon. 15-minute time frame. Setting up pretty nice for the break to the downside. We have a monitor setting up on Amazon. 15-minute time frame.
Big Kev, if you look at the UVXY, this is the Ultra VIX short-term features, and is now at 15. It's kind of the lowest, I would say, since beginning. And I see the calls for October 17, 19 calls. UVXY.
So you're trying to short the VIX?
No, this is also long VIX, but it's kind of short term. Is UVXY is another type of, So we have UVXY, we have VXX, and we have VIX.
And there's UVIX.
It makes sense that it would be at the all-time lows because it's a leveraged,
Yep.
ETF. I have August 17 UVIXY calls, by the way. We'll see. I expect them to go to 0.
We got Frank the Tank.
Hey boys, those XPX options are juiced both sides. Wow. I own some UVXY 815 17 calls.
That's exactly what I've got, Frank.
Yeah, I got a boatload of them.
I mean, the way this market's going, I assume they'll go to 0, but it's just it's a gamble.
Yeah. Well, I got till 815, and I got I bought the 15s yesterday in size and sold them. I bought them right in the morning on the top there. So I'm rolling with these. I'm pretty much actually I'm up 8% on them, but they're losing value a little bit. We'll see.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm down like 12% on these.
That moves like in seconds. They go from negative
Exactly, yeah.
in a heartbeat.
Oh, that's how those move. They move in seconds like that. Super fast contracts.
Well, when you get a big drop in the market, they just like scream.
Oh yeah, the leverage ones for sure.
Yeah, like if Ukraine starts bombing Moscow or something, those things will take off.
I'm long some Dow 919, 27.5 calls. I'm down. What am I down? I'm down 30% in those. I might add to them. That's a slow mover. I just got to give it some time.
I got Tesla 317.5 puts for Friday, 315s for next Friday. I got AVGO 305s for this Friday. I got Carnival 330.5s for Friday and Hood 110s.
Carnival. I like that. Carnival.
Today flow, they are short heavily hood for September.
Yeah, Hood currently creating a bull flag intraday, trying to see if it can break to the upside, curl around for the upside down H. RSP is weak. It's flat. Apple trying to bounce slightly. UNH looks like it could possibly have that follow through, or it could just drop right here at downtrend resistance. Looking at Tesla, so far rejecting the EMAs. Microsoft still a nothing burger, just consolidating. Possibly could pop to the upside or drop to the downside. One never knows. Amazon, after having that curl around on the H, is getting a bit of a bounce here. To me, I don't know. Amazon still looks like a dog. Meta's just been too consolidative to the downside for me to play with the inflated values of these contracts. Rocket Lab looking like it's ready to go take the higher day out and continue to the upside. Similarly with AMD and NVIDIA.
Kev, what do you have? Carnival puts?
No, I have 30.5 calls for
Right.
Friday.
Yeah, it looks like another leg up there. Yep. Up, sideways, up.
MT, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. We can hear you.
Okay, I remember I was mentioning how AirSale, ASLE missed revenue because of a one-time item that's very lumpy, like
Yeah.
serial deployment. Go look at, I just looked up AAR. Go look at their revenue miss. Same story. So this is an industry where, if you deliver and half a dozen engines a week after the close, it's not like the business is suffering. It's just that revenue is very lumpy from changes like that, because each of those engines is 20, 30 million or 15, 20 million. So
What was the other one you said? Air sale?
yes,
Okay.
ASLE, it's a very small company.
ASL. Yeah. ASLE. Okay. Oh yeah.
The VIX is looking like its deal wants to continue higher, at least early on. It still does. That could change, but I don't know.
Did you guys talk about UPSD? Because the guy, this Eric Jackson, who was bull in open, He said that he opened the long position in UPSD, and if you go to the UPSD chart, you see the volume, like I don't know, half an hour ago on UPSD.
Holy shit, that one's pumped up, man.
Yeah. The guy who pumped open is also long UPSD.
Cloud-based artificial intelligence lending platform.
Damn, look at that volume coming in this bit. Yeah, that's a nice spot.
Index?
On Upstart, the one he's talking about.
Yeah, UPSD.
I'm looking at daily. Are you looking at the daily or?
I'm looking at the
5
1
minutes.
hour. I'm looking at the 1 hour time frame. I'm looking at the 15. Like you can see it on all the time frames.
In the 1 hour, yeah. Daily didn't show much yet.
Well, the day's not over, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wish I saw that in the morning, but I know. Ooh.
Yeah, morning doesn't.
This looks strong. This don't look like it's about to stop.
Exactly. This is just 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So
let's fucking go.
But if you look also, same
Check
volume candle came also in AFR. If you see also AFRM, it's not that strong, but also.
There's not much stopping it on the gamma side. You got peak positive right now at 85. Next level's 90.
Yeah, it looks like all the volume today was at 85, most of it.
Yeah, that's what it was, unless it starts coming in later.
So he thinks that this is a 15 bagger to 1,200 by 2028. Okay.
What the fuck? Who said that? Who's this?
I put it in the top.
That would make it like a $300 billion company.
The guy who pushed open door.
Oh wait, not that much. Yeah, it'd be like over 100 billion. It's an $8 billion company right now. That's not crazy. I've seen that before.
Fuck it. I aped in. I grabbed a few 90s for Friday. Fuck it, whatever. If it goes insane, and I make a couple bucks.
Sense. I
make a couple bucks if it goes insane. Fuck it.
I do the same.
While you guys were talking about UPST, I did a write up on Service Titan TTAN. It's in the Nest. I also went ahead and grabbed the 130 calls for September 19th on Service Titan. That's it for me for the day.
Well, I thought I was done till I saw this Upstart shit with this news about the dude who pumped the shit out of Open Door. Like, I'm still holding Open Door. Like, I'm loving the rewards from that. So, like, to me, this is a low risk, high reward situation, right? Like, I'm in the 90s for Friday, whatever. If this thing squeezes, because I know Upstart is heavily shorted. This is what I do know. I don't know much. I know it's like a sub 100 million float, like it's under 100 million on the float. So this thing could do some numbers really quick.
It's moving right now.
Upstart is short at 23%, and short day to cover days to cover is 3.
See what I'm saying? That's a big short. Anything over like 10% to me is big.
That's
and
what
then anything
I like. Yep. That's what I like, especially the 3 days to cover. It's perfect.
And anything under 5 is super bullish, right?
Yep.
I got the 88s on that Friday.
Nice.
I am in 90.
Let's go. That's what the leverage is.
Yeah, there's not much gamma in between. So once it gets over 85, it should bump.
Well, then it's easy peasy, Upstart squeezy.
All right, I grabbed the lotto on UPST. I grabbed the 9th.
Let's go.
For September 19th.
Oh, you got the Septembers?
Yeah, September 19th.
You see,
Just,
the
just.
least degen of the degens.
The
Grab some leap
least
stuff.
DJ. He's so safe. I'm safe with my lotto. I'm gonna get this stuff.
I
Yeah,
thought I was being safe getting the 88s.
yeah, no, I just grabbed those. I was looking through the chain and I'm like, oh, wait, what? 4,000 volume? Okay, I'll grab these.
All right, folks, I
All
have
right.
to step off. There's a lot of noise here around me, so it's going to be disturbing. So I'll step off, come back later. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mountain.
Bobert, what's the strike you took on the
The
19th?
90s.
For
Oh
September.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm finna grab these bitches too.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Ooh,
gonna get one.
January.
Them motherfuckers
That's
expensive. I'm gonna get one.
that's what I did. I only
Yeah.
grabbed one. That's why I only grabbed one of those. Cause
The
Yeah,
I'm
I grabbed
January
one too.
100s are 14 over $14. The January 100s.
I see a fellow for 135 for September, 112K premium.
Fuck.
yo,
Oh man.
these
For September?
these shits
Oh
are
yeah,
gonna
dude. Let's
moon.
fucking go.
These things are gonna. Brr. Uh, real quick. So on this service time, the TTAN, I'm getting a buy signal on the 15-minute chart for service time. And if you go into the I've added a chart on that write up, and if you read that write up, it will show you what analysts' price targets are.
Georgie, the reason that they went with 135 on September because this is a high beta, stock, and if the move comes like 5%, those the strikes which are at the end of the chain, they get a lot of like 1,000%, something like that.
I've heard someone talk along those lines before. That it does make sense. Oh yeah.
I do that with Affirm, UPSD, Carvana.
Yeah, the really juicy ones. But I was looking
Well,
at like the 125s are $3 and the 135s are 250 for September 19th. So I was thinking I'll just get the 125s for $3. Well, they're like 325. I don't know.
No, the problem is that they are not liquid. If you see that, they are not liquid as the last, strike in the chain. That's the problem.
You're right, dude. Yeah, the volume on the 135s. Yeah, that is a lot. Damn, you're right. I'm gonna grab a couple of these. This is just pure gamble. I'm just gonna have fun with it. I'm just getting a couple. Let's
crude
do it.
oil crude oil hit a new high today, $70.40.
UNH is looking productive still.
Yes, sir.
We got 30 more minutes before we get the big pump or dump, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before we get nothing.
Probably. Uh, I need the macro retard Jeffrey to come and tell us what's going to happen.
look like it's ready yet. Yeah, Tesla gonna play around till JP comes out and drops it down. What you think's gonna happen, Frankie? Is he talking and I just can't hear him? Is anybody talking and I just can't hear him?
No, nobody talks. It's just you.
Okay, just make sure he's kind of loud over here.
Yeah, it just feels like we're in a holding pattern here. So, too.
That's exactly what it feels like. I mean, that's what it is, though. I mean, when you kind of just look out across the board, nothing's really doing anything. I mean, as far as like the Mag 7 goes, like the major, I'm sure there's something that's probably magooing right now.
But look at Amazon in 5-minute chart. It's just pushing now. We are now above VWAP.
I mean, Amazon is having a push, but to me, it still has that bearish lean. Like
It is, yeah. It is not as strong.
it's gonna reject the downtrend resistance. Like you would like to see it get over the higher day to just like if it got over the higher day, then it would be bullish. Like if it was over that pre-market high area, then it would be bullish. I would get calls, right? But to me, that's a fade. That whole area right there is a fade. But like Georgie says, man, it's a holding pattern. I'm looking at everything. Look at Amazon. Amazon, like it's crawling up on the 5, but it really isn't gone anywhere. Look at Meta, same thing. It looks just like Amazon. I'm looking at Google. I've been talking about Google hanging out at 197 for I don't know how long. I've been talking about Microsoft in that that channel pattern. Look like Microsoft's about to break it to the downside though. I mean, nothing's really doing anything. Still got my eye on Tesla though. Tesla look like it's still trying to push higher. Still has the bearish lean though.
Joby Aviation's peaked over the R1 and the last two 15-minute bars. It looks like it wants to try to go to a new high a day.
I shorted ATYR yesterday. I'm up over 6%. I just straight shorted it.
What the heck, George?
Damn.
You're not supposed to short that one.
I know. Well, Jeffrey's not here, so I can tell you.
Long that one.
He said I was dead to him. I didn't realize he was long. I just saw Shkreli that it was like the
Oh,
worst fucking pharma
he
company he's seen since Sava.
he's long that ATYR since $1.50 or something. I bought it at a
Jeffrey,
dollar
yeah,
eight.
he said he
Yeah,
took a lot. He took most of his he
yeah.
took most of it as profit. So
I doubled it and I'm running on the house money now, but it tripled for me from there. But
Microsoft right now, and I'm just talking about the daily time frame. Microsoft right now looks like how Apple looked last week.
Bloom Energy at a new high a day.
Like when Apple on July the 23rd is from July 23rd moving forward. How Apple looked then to now is how Microsoft is looking now, in my opinion. Hey Frank, let me ask you something. You still here? Never mind, he's probably trading.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit this devil's lettuce. I'm done trading and I'll just hang out with you guys and do some more write ups and stuff. Post it, share it with you.
Hey, you see that B squeeze?
Yes, sir.
I ain't really can't really even say this is a squeeze. It's just like a small squeeze. What do you call a small squeeze?
So let's go over some market expectations here. Yeah, so too. Hopefully we can make some money. So basically, I'm looking to trade a reaction here on the markets. I'm not looking to jump into anything before. I'm looking either shorting aggressively, a little bit higher. We have two short levels on S&P 500. Prior day high Pierce is your more conservative short level. Aggressive, you wait for the 637.50 area. If you're wanting to take an aggressive long, you wait for a bounce or a sweep of this little low. Take it off of a Pierce of prior day low. I do have some upside targets. It's going to be a mixed price action. And one of the reasons the market is kind of in a 50-50 mode here is because we all know the Fed isn't cutting, they're not raising today, they're holding steady. The market knows that. The market has already priced that in. So remember, the market's always forward looking. We have to keep in mind that smart money already knows what likely is coming, but it's the rhetoric, right? What is Powell? What clues is Jerome Powell going to give us that either swing the September meeting? Again, we're now on CME Watch Tool, so there's 18 minutes left till FOMC. But basically, looking at this July meeting, this is the consensus, 96.9% for a hold. Currently, we're at 4.25 to 4.5. So the markets know that already. We have to look forward to the September meeting, right? So you go to September, and you can see the market's in this mixed price action. 55.9% of market participants are saying there's going to be a cut in the September meeting, while 42.3% say there's going to be a hold again. So if there's a cut, if this probability starts to swing more in favor of another hold, so if you see this 42.3% start to move higher here and pricing in a hold, that is bearish for equities. That's not going to be a good sign because majority of market participants are already pricing in a cut for next meeting. So therefore, you've been seeing short squeezes. You've been seeing IWM pumping. You've been seeing these high liquid, high beta names absolutely catching monumental bids as the market is pricing in this rate cut. So again, if this starts to swing more to a hold percentage, then that's very bearish for the market. Okay. So that's really the simplest form that I can explain things using the CME Fed Watch tool, understanding what the market is forward looking. If we take it one step further into October meeting, then you can see that there's much more sentiment leaning towards a cut to 4.425, and then even a large share of people leaning towards a 3.75 to 4 basis point cut. Now, the data that we got this morning was actually very, very bullish for the economy, which obviously in the near term it spiked yields and spiked the dollar. The one thing that I'm just leaning cautious about, and you can probably be certain Powell will watch it, is crude oil. WTI crude right now is starting to make a monstrous push on the back of secondary sanctions, maybe tensions between Russia starting to escalate. So that's a bit of a problem. And that's a problem for short end and the long end of the curve. So watching crude, how it performs over the next couple of weeks is going to likely influence the Fed watch tool. So again, my expectations going into this, I would consider, look at the market starting to get a really big pump here ahead of the Fed meeting. People certainly piling in. I would look to get into maybe 637.0 DTEs off of this level. kind of 637 0 DTEs off of both levels on the put side. On the long side, if we dump into this lower boundary sweep zone, then I'd look for maybe 634 0 DT calls. And down here, I'd look for 633 0 DT calls. So we'll see what obviously happens. There's going to be a lot of volatility, I think, but we get two reactions, right? We get the initial interest rate decision, which likely is going to be a pop. As you can see right now, market participants are getting bulled up already. And then you get the secondary FOMC meeting reaction, which is typically the bigger move. The first move is usually the small one. The second move with Powell is usually the big one. And the big question is, what color tie is he wearing? That's the real moneymaker clue. Purple tie, bullish. Gray tie, dump. No, I'm just kidding. We can't trade off of what color tie he wears. It's just pretty funny. But he's either going to wear purple or gray. Usually purple is bullish and gray is bearish. What the hell? Back to the green side here. Either way, I'm personally waiting for the reaction. I know a lot of people like to pile in and call a direction before the move happens, but that's just a way to get chopped up and out, and I'm not looking for that. If I had to lead in one direction, again, the markets are unbelievably extended. There's some crazy valuations in the stock market, and I would have to lean down. But, you know, we are in a strong uptrend, so we'll see. Oh, my, oh my. So heading into this, you have the 2-year yield trading at 3.89%, up 0.62. 10-year yield up 0.75. The Dixie's the real culprit here, trading just under $100. If it breaks that $100 level, look out below. So Trump is speaking right now, guys.
Stronger than expected GDP report this morning. What do you think the analysts who worry that lowering interest rates can actually lead to inflation? Well, if that happens, then we just raise them. What you do is you lower them, and let's see if there's inflation. Right now, there's no inflation. Everybody thought there would be. All we have is billions of dollars of cash pouring into our country from other countries that took advantage of us for many, many years. You know, they were taken advantage of. We were like the the stupid people that didn't know what they were doing. They took advantage of us. Other countries, friend and foe. And by the way, the friend was oftentimes much worse than the foe when it comes to trade. So if that happens, what you do is you raise your rates and you do what you have to do to stop inflation. But we're keeping the rates high, and it's hurting people from buying houses, and we don't want that. If for any reason that happened in a year or two, if there's some signs of inflation coming back, right now there's not. We have a great thing going. I think we're going to have the richest economy you've ever seen. We have money coming in that we've never even thought about at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We have a deal with Japan where they're going to pay us $550 billion. We have a deal with Europe where they're doing $750 billion plus $400 billion plus $300 billion. And many other countries, it's likewise, relatively, those are two big ones, but likewise. So we have a lot of money coming in, and we have no inflation, and we're very strong, and we should be lowering the rates. Each point that this gentleman keeps up costs us $365 billion a year. Think of that. 1 point, $365 billion. If you bring it down a point, we save 365. We should be the lowest interest rate, and we're not. We're 38, number 38, because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed. He's done a bad job. Now he's got a meeting today, but I call him too late. He's always too late. Even if he does it today, probably won't. I hear they're going to do it in September, not today. For what reason? Nobody knows. But Europe, as you know, cut their rates 11 times in the last short period of time. But the good news is we're doing better than anybody anywhere in the world. Nobody's doing anything even close to us, even with the higher rates. The higher rates do affect housing, though, because people can't go out and get a loan or refinance their house. And it would be nice to have them be able to do that. That would be just another check of a box. That would be very important. Yeah, please. Mr. President, you mentioned today that India, in addition to its 25% tariff rate, would pay an additional penalty because of its support of Russia. What is that additional penalty? And are other countries facing the same threat? Well, we're negotiating right now, and it's also BRICS. They have BRICS, which is basically a group of countries that are anti the United States, and India is a member of that, if you can believe it. It's an attack on the dollar, and we're not going to let anybody attack the dollar. So it's partially BRICS, and it's partially the trade. This trade situation is the deficit. We had a tremendous deficit. So, as you know, Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. Now, they're willing to cut it very substantially, but we'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff, but you'll know at the end of this week. August 1st is a very big day for this country because money is going to pour into the United States like we've never seen before. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hawley introduced legislation that would ban members of Congress from owning or trading individual stocks. It extends to the president and vice president. Are you in favor of that legislation? Well, I like it conceptually. I don't know about it, but I like it conceptually. And, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information. She made a fortune with her husband, and I think that's disgraceful. So in that sense, I'd like it, but I'd have to really see I study these things very carefully, and this just happened. So I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it. And what I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few. So he doesn't want people talking about. How did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made, and she ought to be investigated. Harvard is reportedly willing to settle with you for $500 million. Is that enough? Well, it's a lot of money. We're negotiating with Harvard now. They would like to settle, so we'll see what happens. What is America's debt to our Afghan war allies that kept our veterans safe over there? There's talk about sending a lot of them back. No, we know the good ones and we know the ones that maybe aren't so good. some came over that aren't so good. And we're going to take care of those people, the ones that did a job, the ones that were told certain things. A shame what happened. One of the most disgraceful episodes in the history of our country. The way we left Afghanistan was just a disgrace. But I understand your question fully, and we'll take care of 90% of your question. Okay, I know what you mean. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, on the tariffs on India, are you still open to negotiate with India on the tariff front?
Well, we're talking to them now. We'll see what happens. Again, India was the highest, or just about the highest tariff nation in the world, and one of the highest, 100 points, 150 points or percentages. So India was one of the highest in the world. They had won 175%, and higher than that. You know, there's another higher one is Canada. Canada they've been charging our farmers 200%, 300%, 400% for years, and nobody did anything about it. But India is one of the highest, so we're going to say we're negotiating with India right now.
Burn bags of Russiagate materials, and we'd love to get your thoughts on that.
He said what?
Burn bags of Russiagate materials.
I don't know that. I don't know what you mean by that statement. Say.
Bags full of Russiagate.
A burn bag. I thought you said appointed them in the burn bag. Go ahead. You got to speak up.
Thousands of documents in these bags, supposedly burn bags of the FBI and secret room.
Well, I want everything to be shown. You know, as long as it's fair and reasonable, I think it will be shown and it should be shown. And I think he feels that way, and I think Pam feels that way. But it's got to be, it's got to be stuff that really doesn't hurt people unfairly, because you have so many people involved. And if they can do that in a fair way, I think it's great. I think it's really great. The whole thing is a scam. It's a scam set up by the Democrats, and they love talking about it. But I would like to see people exposed that might be bad. And we'll see how that all works out. But it's getting to be very old news. You know, if they had anything, they would have done it the week before the election, because they were losing by a lot. If they had anything, they would have done it. They controlled the file. The Democrats controlled it. Comey and all this, sleazebags, every one of them that you read about all the time. And I guess they've got some problems now having to do with yet a different scandal, very big one. But they control that file. So I would think that if they would have had something in the file, they would have released it about a week before the election, maybe 2 weeks, right, Brian? Go ahead.
Mr. President, welcome home, by the way.
It was a great trip. It was an amazing trip.
You look good.
For the country. For me, it was okay, but for the country, it was an amazing trip. Go ahead.
It was. Many parents are preparing to send their kids back to school in a few weeks. Now, this will be the first time they've gone back to school under the second administration for you. Now, the previous administration labeled a lot of parents domestic terrorists for showing up at school board meetings. What's your message to parents now as they return their kids to school, knowing that they have the support of you?
Well, the beautiful thing is, as you know, we've gotten rid of the woke. Woke is gone. I think pretty well buried. We're going to make sure it's buried. But the parents are now taking over the school boards. They're getting rid of these people that probably didn't like the children very much based on what they were doing. And it's a big difference. And, one of the other things, and I keep watching these talking points that the Democrats have, they say, oh, prices are up. No, prices are way down. Fuel is down. Groceries are down. Things like eggs are way down. When I came in my first week, the eggs had gone up like 4 or 5 times. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. And they were hitting me about eggs. I said, I just got here. It was one of my first maybe my first news conference. And we have eggs down now to a point where they were actually lower than even before. So I just want everyone to know prices are way down. And that's a big thing. Groceries, everything. If you look at fuel, $2.35 a gallon, a lot of that. But we actually had 4 states where it's down $1.99 as opposed to $3.50, $4, and it went up a lot higher than that. They got rid of my policy, and then it went through the roof, and then they brought my policy back, but it was too late. They blew it. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country, and now we have no inflation. We have nothing but cash coming in. The world respects us again. We're a really great proud country. And I say it, I'll say it again. Many, many leaders of other countries, I'm dealing with a lot of them today.
1
on
minute,
their
guys.
tariff
1 minute.
Situation. They owe us a lot of money. But many countries said to me, and almost in the same words, you were a dead country 1 year ago, and today you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We are the hottest country right now anywhere in the world, and that's why we're taking care of our veterans. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
There you go, guys.
Did you pick up the package
Expectation. Well, rate decision coming out. Discount rate 4.5%, unchanged. FOMC voted 9-2 for Fed funds rate action. Bowman Waller wanted quarter point cut. So no change. SPY is coming into the top of that little channel. The aggressive short zone is slightly above. I'm looking at 637 0 DTE. We pierce this area here. Market right now is still just deciding. Just moving this. So the expectations for September meeting has changed, guys. The expectations has changed a little bit. It's moved in favor of a rate cut in September. So we just looked at that. The rate cut expectations have swung slightly in favor for September. They were around 53%. Now they're at 59.8. Let me quickly show you this. That Fed watch tool changed slightly. The September meeting is what investors are looking forward to, guys. Okay, SPY is starting to melt lower here. So no rate change. Let's see if the market wants to tumble here. The stocks are very extended. Still in a strong bull market, but we need a healthy pullback. SPY testing that OR high, opening range high. IWM getting rejected pretty sharply. Meta's now gone negative. Crude oil still strong. Yields are still staying slightly positive. Nvidia is still maintaining around that 179 mark. So you're seeing a little bit of initial volatility. You have the SOXS trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart here. This type of a breakout has a move right back into that gap fill, which signifies quite a bit more downside on the S&P. Let's see though. I'd love to see them knife this into PAL, because then we can trade a nice 0DT bounce. Right now, don't get chopped up and out. This is still a very small move. Very small move. This is what they do to try to trap liquidity. Let's see which way they want to. Nvidia, AMD still strong. The Dixie still holding steady. Qs are still green. SPY still green. IWM still green. Dow Jones just went negative. Bitcoin under a bit of pressure. Apple seeing some more downside. Google still up 0.6. Amazon negative. Meta negative. Tesla coming down. So not that big of a reaction so far. Nat Gas still struggling here. There was a bit of dissent across the Fed. But so far, things are steady. Let's see if this changed a little bit more, these expectations. So again, look at that. Market was correct about today's meeting. Still staying relatively the same on that Fed watch tool. Now we got to wait for Powell's meeting. Got to plug my pad in for more juice. Right now, we're just seeing the markets kind of stabilizing, still in a very small range. Nothing really to do, in my opinion. Nothing to do yet. IWM still looking somewhat weak. There's a potential hourly chart head and shoulders forming on There's two patterns. There's always two patterns to a trade, guys. There's an hourly chart head and shoulders which hasn't triggered, and then there's an hourly inverse head and shoulders which hasn't triggered. So right now you're kind of trading in no man's land. S&P also a potential bullish pattern if it can get above this pivot and try to break out. But stocks are certainly extended. Can they get more extended? Two officials back to cut, according to the Wall Street Journal. So there's a bit of dissent across the 12 board members or 11 board members. Copper hits an 8-week low. How Jerome Powell could ignite the next unprecedented bull run for Bitcoin. Blah, 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 blah. Gold's still coming in. Yields are softening here, guys. So yields are softening a touch. AMD, Nvidia still holding steady. You're seeing a bit of profit taking coming into the crude market. JP Morgan financials, they're doing okay. Not really seeing much movement to trade off of here, guys. They're trying to lure people in here. Let's look at regionals here. So you can see regionals, guys, have come under pressure. This is what's troublesome right now for the IWM and small caps is KRE did make a new low off of that wick. So I'm expecting some more weakness to potentially come into the IWM. You are getting bought up here off of that prior day low. Tesla starting to look a little bit vulnerable. Whoops, that's the wrong Tesla chart. So Tessie looking a little bit weak here. Look at Tesla bear flag breaking to the downside. That's troublesome. Very, very troublesome for Tesla. You still have semiconductors absolutely ripping here, surging. But Tesla coming in. Can see a quick little pump there on the stocks getting sold into as semis are still trying to grind even higher. Tesla now down 1.3%, testing that 317 level. Gold still struggling. VIX is getting sold into. Oil is taking a bit of a breather. All right, so it looks like we got to wait for Powell to either pump or dump the market. Nvidia, new high of day. New all-time high on Nvidia. Nvidia just made a new all-time high. What an absolute monster. Day after day. So right now, Nvidia once again putting the market on its back. Making new all-time highs. Printing to the upside here. Will this behemoth ever give up the goods? Dollar's getting faded slightly. Really, the only thing I see pumping are a handful of individuals and Nvidia. Nvidia is still ripping here. I still seeing a little bit. Dump is coming. Yeah, you know, they could be roping people in off this Nvidia pump. SPY still just holding. But if SPY breaks that opening range high, 636.05, you should see a big dump. Here comes Nvidia, guys. SPY looking a little bit heavier here. So Nvidia hitting that prior day high, trying to make a peekaboo breakout. You can see SPY still just trading in no man's land. This is where they want people to hop on board. Yeah, I think we're going lower too, but we'll see. Maybe they want to keep it elevated, and maybe I still think there should be a big pump one way and then they take it lower, or a big dump one way and then they bring it higher. So this little wick action is not really the biggest type of move, but it's what we have right now in front of us. SOX is getting sold into here. Nvidia is still printing at the highs. Crude oil coming in. So crude softening. Bitcoin catching a nice little bid. That's trying to firm up here, guys. BTC is trying to firm up here. Broadcom trying to catch a bit of a bid. So really they're pumping the market through what again? Semiconductors. But look at BTC getting a nice pump here. And why? You can see the inverse correlation between BTC and the dollar. Dollar's really taking a dive here, as well as oil's coming in quite sharply. IWM had a huge sell-off down to its EMA 113, now getting gobbled up here, guys. Tesla trying to be defending at these lows. Meta, Amazon, Apple, Tesla still negative. Tesla being defended at the lows. S&P 500. Trying to catch a bit of a bounce here. Trying to buy semis up here. So it's a pretty docile move here in the market so far, guys. Fed holds rates as market expected. You got a little bit of a jump in the Fed watch tool for the September meeting, swinging slightly in favor for a Fed rate cut. Initially, you saw a dump in the markets. Now they've kind of stabilized. The bigger moves have come in at the Dixie and crude oil. Yep. Mr. Powell at 2:30. No, Powell's at 2:30. You had the Fed rate decision at 2 and Powell at 2:30. So the Fed rate decision always is a half hour before Powell, just so that the Fed can kind of, you know, improvise and develop their script. You know, if all of a sudden the market tanked on the Fed rate cut, at least the Fed has 30 minutes to, you know, kind of doctor up a script. You know, right now the market is holding steady, which tells us that things are kind of fairly priced, at least in the near term. Nvidia is still ripping here, guys. But they always give the Fed always likes to have as much data as possible, right? They're data dependent. So they like to see the first 30 minutes, see how the market consensus moves in favor of the rate decision, see what type of action we get across stocks. They're probably also trading themselves, even though they don't say, they probably have friends or brokerages or insider informations. You know, they're calling their buddies on Wall Street saying, hey, load up these out of the money calls or puts. We're going to make a fortune, right? So they always like to see the reaction before they come out. The Fed doesn't want to look foolish, right? They're supposed to be the upper echelon elite, the smart bankers. So they want to always know what's going on, or at least make it appear like they know what's going on. And in reality, they're really reactive. It's the bond market that dictates what the Fed does. And right now, the bond market, 10 years up 0.6, 2-year yields up 0.2. They've both faded off of the highs. Gold, even though yields in the dollar have faded, gold's not really catching that big of a bid, still under 3,300. Which is telling me that the Dixie probably wants to push higher, which is telling me that maybe we're going to get a market sell. Nvidia is still a monster. Exactly. 100%. Tesla still defended that lower sweep, trading at 317.50-ish. Nat gas still struggling. Apple still down 0.8%. Crude oil still up 1.3. Gold still trading down 0.85, under 3,300 an ounce. IWM is starting to look a little bit more weaker, still holding above the opening range high on IWM, still holding above the opening range high on SPY. So technically we're actually still okay. A little bit, so there's a text of Fed policy statement. The committee is attentive to both the risk side of its dual mandate. It supports its goals. The committee decided to maintain the blah, 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 blah. Bunch of mumbo jumbo, a lot of filler words. Committee is strongly committed to supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to its 2% objective. We will hear Powell say that as well. I'm just reading their script here that was just released. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. AKA, we are data dependent and our policy is flexible. If the market collapses, we will stimulate. If the market rips, we will come out hawkish. Voting for the monetary policy action was Jerome Powell, John C. Williams, Michael Barr, Susan Collins, Lisa Cook, Austin Goolsbee, Philip Jefferson, Albert Musalem, Jeffrey Schmidt. Voting against this action were Michelle Bowman, Christopher J. Waller. Interesting. All right. Let's go, Powell. Come on, 13 minutes till powwow. Powell hour. It's not power hour this week, it's powwow. Powell hour. Markets have done absolutely nothing on this decision. Nothing. Microsoft has gone back to the negative side. Here I am waiting for a big reaction, and we have not got one yet. No reaction yet. Bitcoin back to the negative side after spiking. Waiting for those red candles. I mean, right now, if SPY loses this impulse green candle, that's technically a short. You know, you lose this area here, the 636.13, that's technically a short. I'm just not getting roped into anything yet because we should see a bigger move up and down. Broadcom's ripping to new highs, so they're still pumping. Yeah, it is anticlimactic for sure. Absolutely is. Guys, look at UNH off of the lows. What a beast. What a beast off of the lows. UNH ripping here. How's HIMS doing? Yeah, HIMS is still doing well. OSCR. Oscar. Oscar's still trying to stabilize in this lower boundary range. Let's look at NVO again. NVO is still near the lows. What a dog. What a dog. That's nasty. Crude oil is seeing some softening. Teladoc getting hit to the downside here. Nvidia's starting to come in a little bit more. Starbucks coming in. Tesla now breaking down here again. Tessie. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's filthy. Look at Tesla. New lows. That is just disgusting. IWM looking a little bit heavier as well, guys. Nvidia is starting to come in a little bit. But right now, money is not really leaving semis. It's just rotating, pumping up one to the other. Let's get a SOXS pump here. Come on. Let's get an SOXX. Crude still struggling. Gold back above 33. IWM still the best performing indice at the moment. Let's look at these regional banks again. So regional banks do look pretty weak here, guys. They do look very, very weak. Let's look at biotechs again. XBI. XBI holding steady. Yeah, this is a pretty boring reaction, definitely. Nvidia though, still coming in slightly. Sweeping those highs on NVDA, the big boy on the block. Let's see that Fed watch tool. Has it changed at all? Yeah, so look at the Fed watch tool, guys. It's quietly creeping up here. It was at 53% ahead of the Fed rate decision. Now it's at 63.7 for a cut in the September meeting. So market participants are pricing in a cut here. It's swinging here. The decision is swinging drastically now. That's a 10% swing in the last 23 minutes on the Fed watch tool. So it's going to be interesting to see if that swings even higher after Powell or if it swings lower after Powell. Six minutes till Powell. 6 minutes till Powell. Tesla down 1.5%. Lower lows incoming. Nvidia starting to see some heavy sell side pressure. Still no movement in the indices, guys. Individual names are definitely better. Tesla still absolutely fallen off a cliff here. Nasty chart pattern on Tessie, guys. 15-minute head and shoulders pattern coming into play. Let's look at Mr. Apple. IWM still seeing some heavier selling. Apple's also near the lows. Meta's negative. Amazon's still struggling. Apple below that opening range. That's a bit of a problem. Nvidia just consolidating right on that prior day high. AVGO, Broadcom pushing new highs here. Wow. Broadcom is beasting. Take a look at AVGO. Absolutely flying here to the high side. That is the third heaviest weighting in the SOXX. What a monster move on Broadcom. Absolutely printing to the high side. What's interesting here is here you have Nvidia, Broadcom, some of the two largest semis printing to the high side here, and SOX is still staying fairly flat here, which means that I think that this leaves the semiconductors vulnerable. SOX is really holding this lower boundary area, but you have the large big boys printing new highs, so kind of interesting to see that still holding these lower boundary wicks. SPY's trying to get a higher print right now. All right, there's 4 minutes till Powell. Big push in the S&P. IWM catching a nice bid. Tesla trying to be defended at the lows. Crude oil softening some more. Dixie softening some more. Gold still under 33. Bitcoin still slightly negative. Dow's back to the positive side. Still have Tesla, Meta, Amazon, Apple negative. Nvidia, Microsoft, Google positive. Nvidia obviously ripping to the upside here. 3 minutes till Powell comes on. We will stream it. It's this slow market price action that is tiring to watch. You have no momentum. Semiconductors are trying to make another push higher along with the broad market. IWM holding 224.35, trying to make a move. Again, I'm still, the things that you got to watch for is the three stocks that have been really carrying this market and responsible for the lion's share is Yeah, I know ICT concepts for sure. There's some pros, there's some cons to it. But nevertheless, the things you got to watch for in this market is what's been holding and pushing this market higher. It's really three names in the semiconductor space: AMD, Nvidia, Broadcom. I'm watching each of those charts right now. They're all holding quite steady. Nvidia putting new all-time highs. Broadcom also putting new all-time highs. Obviously, Microsoft's important, but that's kind of flat in the session today. So a bit of a trade war announcements hitting the tape here between Brazil and US. It's what bull runs are. The markets can stay buoyant longer than people can stay solvent if you're trying to short it. That's why you have to have net longs in this market. And I mean, on the way up, we've pulled quite a bit off. We've lost money too. Don't get me wrong. It's been two sides of the tape. Really, our negative positions have come from trying to short individual stocks like Roblox and Hood and Palantir. They've gone farther than I thought, but we've certainly pulled a lot of profits on the long side too. There's been a lot of quality setups to trade on the long side that we've hit. We've hit multi-baggers, a few couple 100%, 300, a lot of 100%, a lot of doubles on the trades. All right, pals on.
Stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic
Be
developments.
bullish. No.
Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half of the year helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in net exports. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. These readings are little changed from the beginning of the year, although the underlying composition of price changes has shifted. Services inflation has continued to ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. For the time being, we're well positioned to learn more about the likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. We see our current policy stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, and are on track to wrap up any modifications by late summer. The Fed has been assigned
UNH calls up 25%.
maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look
SPY
forward
hit
to
the
your
short
questions.
zone. It's an aggressive area.
Thanks.
Broadcom broke out.
There's a lot of lean in the markets, and not to mention
Say that again.
I said Broadcom broke out AVGO 303.
Our policy rate where it's been, where I would characterize as modestly restrictive. Inflation is running a bit above 2%.
Look at that
As
pullback.
I mentioned, even excluding tariff effects, the labor market's solid, historically low unemployment. Financial conditions are accommodative, and the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy were holding it back inappropriately. So it seems to me and to almost the whole committee that the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy is holding it back inappropriately, and modestly restrictive policy seems appropriate. All that said, there's also downside risk to the labor market. In coming months, we'll receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
So, just to follow up, by coming months, does that include the possibility you'll be getting essentially 2 rounds of jobs and inflation data between now and the September meeting? Is that potentially adequate to make a decision to lower rates at that point?
So you're right. We do have, this is an intermeeting period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment and inflation data before the time of the September meeting. We have made no decisions about September. We don't do that in advance. We'll be taking that information into consideration and all the other information we get as we make our decision at the September meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You took out the word or the notion that uncertainty has diminished from this statement. Does that mean uncertainty has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several deals with large trading partners where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to wait to see the economic effects?
Dump it.
So essentially, the statement in our statement about uncertainty reflects what's gone on since the last meeting. So at the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had moved down a little bit, but it was more or less even this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second question is, say again?
There have been several deals that have been struck, and now we seem to have an idea of what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show themselves?
No, I think we're still, you're right. It's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations, and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still, a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information, and I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the
Russell
same time, there are
dumped.
many
Russell
uncertainties
Oh
dumped.
left
shit.
to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're
Ooh.
very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge. But it does. It feels like there's
I
much
didn't. Did
more
you
to
key
come.
in on anything? I don't know why that
As
dropped.
well, looking ahead.
A monster dump off of that level, guys.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Beautiful.
Neil Irwin with Axios.
I'm all out of my
This morning we got a
zeros.
GDP report in which final domestic private purchases decelerated.
Russell is dumping.
Q2.
If you guys want short
There was
that
a
trade,
weakness
Look
in
at
the
it's
that.
infrastructure
dumping.
sectors and
Let's
residential
go.
investment, commercial.
SPY puts absolutely
So we
printed.
What
lost
happened
the
to the
audio. Lost the audio, Bobert. Because Russell is dumping, Dow is dumping.
GDP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is a narrower but better signal for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many, many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits, job openings, and let alone the unemployment rate. They're all very, by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market. You do see a slowing in job creation, but also a slowing in the supply of workers. So you've got a labor market that's in balance, albeit partially because both demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable. Which is why I said we do
We
see
can go
downside
lower.
risk.
Lulu 200 put for September 19th, up $62 per contract.
Russell's nose diving, guys. It's going into negative territory now. So is Dow Jones.
Target, and
Everything is dumping.
Yeah.
that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned, downside risks to the labor market are certainly apparent.
So on labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this job report you did on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So, as long as that puts the labor market in balance, the fact that it's getting into balance due to declines in both supply and demand, though, I think it is suggestive of downside risk. So, we of course, will be watching that carefully.
I'm
Only
out
thing
my
not
Russell
dumping is the
short.
Thank you.
dollar.
Kobe Smith with
Dollar
the
index
New York Times.
99.55
I'm out my Russell short again.
Who, as of the June forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year. And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core of the committee is?
So on the dissent, what you want from everybody, and also from a dissenter, is a clear explanation of what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making, and we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting all around the table, where people were thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. As I mentioned, the sort of the majority of the committee was of the view that inflation's a bit above target, maximum employment is at target. That calls for modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive stance of policy for now. But we had two dissenters who I think, you want that clear thinking and expression of your thinking, and we certainly had that today. I think all around the table. In terms of, you asked about the June SEP, I wouldn't. That you're right. That's what it says, and that may well. I couldn't point to it 6 weeks later as expressing people's thought. You really can't do that. We don't run an SEP, and I don't like to substitute in my own estimate of what the SEP might be. We don't have one. So I'll just say that, we haven't made any decisions about September. We'll be monitoring all the incoming data and asking ourselves whether the federal funds rate is in the right place.
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market?
So let me say, my own estimate is modestly restrictive, and there are a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this moment for our economy, and so others may say it's more restrictive or less restrictive even. We're going to be at some point when we return to moving toward a more neutral stance, we'll be making that judgment as we go. I don't think we have a preset course. It's not so mechanical as saying, we've derived with great confidence the neutral rate and that is our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what the neutral rate is. We know it by its works, and that will be the way the economy reacts over time to slightly looser policy.
Nick Timmermans, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, my question is about what have you learned over the last few months about the inflation generating and price pass-through process? And just to drill down, the June CPI report showed evidence of tariff-induced goods inflation. Now, the tariff landscape is only starting to be settled with some of these more recent deals. Given the lags between when tariffs are announced and when they show up in goods prices, is 2 months a long enough horizon to evaluate the impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process?
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days.
Bull Bear, you see
And
Embraer
what we're
take
seeing
off?
now is substantial amounts.
No, I didn't. Hold on. Look.
Yeah, Embraer's up 10%.
Oh my goodness, what's going on there? Be careful.
I
Yeah.
don't know,
No,
but
and
my shit went from down
be careful.
like 50% to up 40%.
What the
It is
fuck went down
exempted.
there?
It is exempted from the tariff.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's exempted from the
Let's go,
tariffs.
baby.
What the fuck?
Boom.
Wow.
We just said,
Oh,
this
we
dump
just said
is
this.
a
Yep.
buy opportunity.
Just literally just said that.
Good call, guys, Sarah. That was awesome.
Let's see what these are up. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Hey,
Tesla drilling, lost 316. Let's fucking go, boy.
some of the index found a bit of support for from low of the day, but I don't think it will hold. But
Yeah,
and
that
that
Embraer
Embraer
bounce was big.
shit, that is big. 10%.
We also yesterday was Jack Spaces, and he also said that
Yeah.
you should buy
Yeah.
Embraer,
Yeah. He was bullish on that one.
Yeah,
NU
we've been
NU is
holding.
pumping.
Yeah, we've been bullish ERJ for a while. We're in the 2026 calls.
Yes, sir.
I got out of my Embraer in an abundance of caution, but I do have NU. So
Here
Hey,
comes the next down leg, guys. All right, so the markets, we took a nice aggressive short level. That was telegraphed ahead of time, guys. I said I'd be getting into 637.0 DTEs. I'm all out though right now. Semiconductors look due for the next down leg. SOXS looks poised. IWM looks like it wants that lower boundary gap, but SOXS looks like it's going to be the next sell side leg of the market. Overall, the Dixie absolutely skying high. Oil still strong. Bitcoin took a nice dump, testing 117,000. SPY's almost negative. We're starting to see some heavy selling in NVIDIA. SOXS $7 calls look very cheap here. End of the week. But SPY should be coming down. Everyone had the playbook ahead of time to short S&P off of that level. So it's continuing to go lower. Dixie's still spiking here, guys. Here we go. Markets are absolutely printing to the downside. Big, big, big down move coming in. Come on, give us lower price. I want to scalp along. Give us lower price. Come on, semis. Really take this market down as your semiconductors. We want to see NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD. They've barely sold off. Can they take AMD negative today? It was negative in the morning session and they bought it right back up. So I think that we can definitely see SOXS still push to the high side. They're just keeping things so elevated here with NVIDIA, Broadcom, and AMD. They're selling a lot of other names. Tesla down 1.8%. Yep. Microsoft's negative. Apple's down 0.9. Seeing some distribution here. Come on, pump up this SOXS. Dump NVIDIA. Dump the semis. Come on. Here we go. SOXS starting to move. Big down candle in NVIDIA. Here we go.
In terms of interest rate charges. Yeah, no, that's, we have a mandate, and that's maximum employment and price stability. And it is, it's not something we do to consider the cost to the government of our rate changes. We have to be able to look at the goal variables Congress has given us, use the tools they've given us to achieve those goals. And that's what we do. We don't consider the fiscal needs of the federal government. No advanced economy central bank does that. And it wouldn't be good if we did do that, it would be good neither for our credibility nor for the credibility of U.S. fiscal policy. So it's just not something we take into consideration.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. When it comes to the renovations of the Federal Reserve's headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their interest in that issue as being directly tied to the president's push to get you to lower interest rates?
Not for me to say.
This is an aggressive long level, guys.
We had a nice visit with the president. It was an honor to host him. It's not something that happens very often at the Federal Reserve to have the president come over, let alone to visit a building. But it was a good visit.
Are there any aspects of the project that they've raised that you see as making you reconsider any aspects of the project?
So, this project was hatched and conceived almost a decade ago now, and we went through the very long process of clearing it through historic preservation at the National Capital Planning Commission, and a lot of back and forth there. It was very constructive. We started out to do the work, and we're very well along on that work, and I was quite pleased to have the president say multiple times that what he really wanted to see was us getting this construction completed as soon as possible. That is our focus, and that's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. What message do you take from the fact that inflation hit 2.1% last September and has bounced higher since? Why do you think financial conditions are restrictive and a neutral rate's below 4% when inflation has stopped falling for almost a year?
So inflation, when you talk about these 12-month inflation measures, you're always battling residual seasonality. So we'll have, for example, 2 months of high inflation, sometimes early in the year, and then inflation turns lower, and a lot of that may just be an artifact. So that's why we look at the 12-month numbers. I think inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There are things like the catch-up inflation. So, for example, all the insurance costs that they're only now going through inflation, but they actually reflect inflationary pressures from 2-3 years ago. So that's got to go through. In addition, now we have 3 or 4 tenths of inflation in core inflation from tariffs. So, and we can't really separate that out. We're not going to have a separate kind of inflation that isn't the tariffs. We're always going to be dealing with all of inflation. But the composition, as I mentioned, has really changed. And if you go back to the last couple of years, it was all about services inflation, which was being very sticky. Now services inflation is coming down nicely. Goods inflation was well behaved before, and now goods inflation is going up. So the story has really changed. That's partially because of tariffs. It's also partially because we had restrictive policy in place, and we've seen that the result of that gradually work its way through the services economy.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask is, are you comfortable that BLS can continue performing their mission effectively if they take an 8% reduction in headcount and authorized spending as the administration has proposed?
I'm not going to comment on the administration's proposal. I do think, as I've said, I think that we're getting the data that we need to do our jobs, and I think it's really important that good data helps not just the Fed, it helps the government, but it also helps the private sector. People in the economy, they use this data a lot too. So it's quite important for our economy and certainly for the Fed's work and other government agencies' work that we continue to get better at data. That's what we've been doing for 100 years. We've been getting better and better and better. It's very hard to accurately capture in real time the output of a $20+ trillion economy. And the United States has been a leader in that for 100 years, and we really need to continue that, in my view.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. How concerned are you with the data that we're showing no significant upward trend in inflation over the past 6 months, that the wait-and-see approach for inflation is actually giving companies cover to raise prices?
How concerned am I that say that again?
The wait-and-see approach is giving...
The wait-and-see approach, what do you mean by that?
For cutting rates. You're waiting to see if the tariffs will affect inflation. So it's a wait-and-see approach.
Well, so where policy is restrictive. When we start cutting, it'll go toward neutral.
Okay. This delay, though, where you're saying is a one-time price increase for tariffs.
Let this market sell.
Possibly could lead into bigger inflation or more inflation. Is that giving companies cover, though, to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving, it's not our policy stance. What may be giving some companies will certainly be taking advantage of the fact of the tariffs and all the discussion of how they're going to. Companies will raise prices when and as they can, and you saw it famously in the first administration of President Trump during those tariffs. Washing machines were tariffed, but dryers weren't. But what do you know? The price of dryers went up too, just like washing machines. So companies will often they'll cross the street in a group, if you know what I mean. That'll happen. We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginnings of whatever the effects turn out to be on goods inflation. And I'll say again, they may be less than people.
There's an aggressive long level coming up.
Estimate. They're not going to be zero.
I'm not taking it.
Consumers will pay some of this. Businesses will pay some of this. Retailers will pay some of this. But we're just going to have to see it through.
And just follow, if I could, some additional tariffs have been in place since February, and things really haven't broken yet with the economy. So how do you justify to somebody who's looking for a house, who's facing a 7% mortgage and maybe can't afford those rates? How do you justify that?
Well, so the housing is a special case, right? We don't set mortgage rates at the Fed, right? We set an overnight rate, and the rates that go into mortgages are longer term rates, like treasury rates. It might be 30-year rates, it might be shorter than that, but it's not the overnight.
You guys see that sell on Nvidia?
Russell dumping, Tesla dumping,
Yep,
everything
everything
dumping.
dumping. The entire market is dumping.
MT, thank you.
Fuck. Yeah,
Coinbase is about to fall off that planet, like on a macro
Russell.
scale. Coin look like it's about to go down to 320.
Yo, look
The
up
Russell dumped. Yeah.
look up Baba 117.15 on Alibaba.
Puts on the whole market.
Yep.
The higher the
AMD's
dollar goes,
AMD dumping. Go ahead.
the higher the dollar goes, the lower everything else goes.
Look at Meta. Meta H pattern played all the way
Holy
out.
shit.
Amazon in the middle of an H pattern that's about to play out. AMD and Nvidia both look like they're about to fall off the cliff. Coin just base jumped. IWM is in the water already, swimming around down there. The Dow's right. The Dow down there looking for Nemo.
Send it to the basement.
Yeah.
Fuck, man, that was a good shot. I mean, I'm
Look
like,
at
oh my
Spy. Look at
goodness.
Spy, bro.
Wow. That Russell.
Everything. Tesla, IWM, SPY.
Bro,
the key
Tesla's at 313, bro. Look at Tesla.
when Trump said we may be getting one in September, I knew that was a fucking shot. We're getting nothing here.
Gold is heading for S3 at
Very careful.
33.2490. The dollar
We are hitting a
index is
bounce
at
potential level.
99,797
Semis are just
and
so extended.
near high a day and keeps pushing higher.
Uh,
The dollar is the lever that's pushing everything else down.
yeah.
Closing out the rest of these Tesla 317 and a halves up 65%. I'm flat Tesla.
MT, look at Lulu, bro. Look at Lululemon. These puts are up 15% already.
The closet, I guess.
The puts on Lulu. Oh my gosh.
But like, this is not stopping. This thing is gonna dump, I guess. Shit. And that Russell shot.
What's crazy is this UNH is holding up pretty good.
There goes Russell again. Jeez, oh man.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
man.
taping
It's
into some
crazy,
SPY
guys.
puts.
Yo, look at the
I'm
I
in.
am short Russell 222.
I
what the fuck,
I got
bro,
IWM 220s for tomorrow.
Getting hyper.
dude.
We're getting super extended here. There is a
Tesla
bounce
ran
trade.
through my level at.
There is a bounce trade coming into this bearish target, guys. They're absolutely dumping this market. Wow. Crazy. It's a bounce level on SPY, guys. It's a bounce level on SPY. So I'm taking profits on the SPY 633 puts and then the IWM puts as well. IWM 223 puts absolutely printed. What a monster decline, guys. We telegraphed that short level. I wish I was holding my 0 DTEs, but we're still holding IWM 223s. We took 633s that we were down on SPY, which I just trimmed in profit, guys. Half of them. Those printed in the money. Beautiful job. We can still go lower here, guys. No, this was just priced in. The markets are long overdue for a correction. Long overdue for a correction. IWM can still go all the way down to sweep this low. This is the bigger long level, guys. Right around this 220.60 area. But what a friggin' sell-off, guys. What a sell-off. That was an epic, epic decline in the markets. Look who nailed that aggressive short level. I wish I went in with more size and I wish I held. I trimmed my puts down here at 636. $3 too early, but that was insane. That was filthy, guys. Oh, I can take a seat for that action. That was a nice decline. Look at the IWM still dripping here, guys. We might have a trade on the IWM. That's for sure. Put a decline there in the S&P 500. Nasty move down. IWM still falling here, guys. Wow, that is filthy. That's absolutely filthy. Qs are finding a little bit of support here. Right now, the Qs are down 0.2 SPY. We can still go lower, guys. We can still absolutely go lower. I got to expand this S&P chart up. We are hitting that bearish target, which is a short-term long here. But the semiconductors are still so elevated that we could still see more downside. We still have a whole of power hour left. Look at the Russell sell here. Huge decline in the IWM. This is crazy price action. SPY is into that bearish target. AMD still selling here. IWM still getting absolutely smoked. A little bit lower. We should go touch lower. SPY getting a really big bid though. Wow, stunning. Tesla down 2.26, Bitcoin clobbered, Dixie's still pushing. Dixie still pushing, 2-year yield ripping here, Bitcoin flip. Let's see that CME watch tool adjustment here. Let's look at the expectations now for September. Look at the change in expectations. It's flipped. Fed expectations are changing. Nvidia is still up 1.7. Imagine if it went negative. Opportunity if we sweep these lows again on SPY. There's a bit of a 0 DTE trade on SPY. If we sweep these lows, there's a very aggressive risky long. If we make a new low, I'm looking at 633 0 DTE SPYs if we make a new low. Wow, we hit that bearish target. That's insane. Nvidia, huge bounce. Meta clobbered. AMD still green. Big bounce coming in. We can still go lower, guys. Nvidia bouncing firmly. bounce in the markets. So Powell, I think, is done speaking here. We could get some more selling in this market. So Powell's done speaking, big decline, still a strong dollar. Let's see if they want to take this market into the close lower. They absolutely can still retest the lows. Let's see if semiconductors go through another dip or if we push higher. Beautiful stuff. Continuing, guys. There is another bounce trade if we sweep these lows. Come on, give us a sweep of the lows again, SPY. Dixie's still strong. Gold down 1.5%. Crude oil still up 1.5%. Bitcoin down 1.4%. Dow is negative. S&P down by 0.3%. Qs are barely negative. IWM down by 0.7%. Nvidia, what do you know? Still up 2% on the session. Google up 0.2%. Amazon, Meta, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, all negative. The big thing is, can these markets go? Can Nvidia see some selling pressure? UNH is still holding, absolutely. I still think there's going to be a big rotation trade out of semis and into healthcare. I think that's the next big rotation trade, guys. Come on, SPY, sweep those lows again. We can still take out the lows, guys. We can still take IWM going for the lows of the session. Just a heads up, members, I am trimming my IWM 223 puts here at the lows of the session. I trimmed my IWM 223 puts for end of week. I'm all out of that trade. Still have semiconductors that could roll over and take this market down. We can still see a late day sell, guys. I know we've had a really big down move. SRPT coming in. Thank you, Sarfariz. Dixie at the highs again, guys. Dixie at the highs. Don't be surprised if they try to take this market lower. Continue to watch this. Let's see SRPT. Qs are staying firm. AMD, Nvidia holding steady. Crude oil is trying to move back higher. Yeah, SRPT coming in sharply. Nothing to do there, in my opinion. We'll avoid that one. Financials still holding steady. There's still quite a bit of green on this screen, despite the selling. NVO, new lows. Tesla getting dummied. Bitcoin getting hit hard. Here comes SPY again. It's a high risk trade on SPY. 632 calls when we sweep the low. 632 0 DTEs. It's very risky because they could just keep dumping this market here into the close. It's super, super risky. But 632 0 DTEs. Not a lot of time left, so size down. But they could absolutely sweep these lows. That's what it's looking like. IWM continuing to drip here. Down 1% on the session now. Wow, IWM is knifing through some key supports, guys. AMD starting to sell. Nvidia starting to sell. Look at IWM, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10-minute down candles. Knifing to the downside. Our bear target is coming very quickly. Very, very quickly. Guys, they're selling semis now, so be very careful trying to step in the way of a long trade. They are now selling semiconductors, so we're seeing these markets trying to break down here. Be very, very careful stepping in the front of this beast. We should sweep the lows. AMD only up 0.3. Nvidia coming down a little bit more. IWM still seeing some more selling on the Russell. What an absolute monster dump. Dixie still at the highs, guys. 10-year, 2-year yield is skyrocketing up almost 2%. VIX is green, so we could still see lows, new lows on the SPY, guys. Just be very, very cognizant of that. I am seeing AMD starting to weaken here. So we could still see new lows on the S&P 500, Even though we're very oversold in the short term and we are hitting some decent support here, the markets are kind of panicking here from the highs. Rate expectations have shifted. At the start of the rate cut, there was a strong probability of a rate cut in the September meeting. All of a sudden, that expectation shifted drastically on the Fed CME tool, and that's why the market is panicking, guys. What I was discussing earlier, exactly what happened. I said we need to watch this CME Fed watch tool. And if you see it shift, it was up to 63% at the highs, and then it dropped substantially, pricing in a no rate cut in September. So, clinical. I wish I was still holding my 0 DTEs, but still made money. Semiconductors still need to come down here, guys. They're still so strong on this tape here. Unbelievable. I still think we can see a late day flush. I don't think they're going to hold this market here. I still think we see a late flush in the markets. And I don't even know if there's going to be a 0 DTE bounce. That's the concern that I have here. SPY's going to test a really large area. NVIDIA looking a little bit more heavier now. Same thing with AMD. There's the SPY 10-minute chart. Let's look at the SPY 15. Still coming down. It's going to sweep that low. We have a little bit more data tomorrow. We still have earnings after the bell, guys. Microsoft, Meta. Wow. So there's two scenarios. Maybe this was a dump before they pump it on mega cap, or maybe they just absolutely decimate Microsoft and Meta and they take this market lower. Who the heck knows? I wish I knew. But Microsoft's chart is still so extended. Meta's been struggling to really break out of this consolidation range. Final 30 minutes here in the tape. SPY's going to sweep these lows. There is an aggressive 0 DTE trade on SPY as soon as we pierce these lows, but recognize we can still go down to 630.60. Members, I took profits on my 633 SPY puts. I took profits on my IWM 223 puts. Nice reversal on Tesla. Is Tesla trying to firm up here? Yeah, Tesla's catching a little bit of liquidity here for sure. Google's still positive. Maybe the semis want to come down and Tesla wants to firm up. Netflix still holding steady. JP Morgan still holding. There could still be a lot of selling here in the final 30 minutes. I still feel like they're going to take semiconductors down, guys. I could still see semis having a final big down move here in the equity markets. Seeing a nice healthy consolidation pattern on the SOXS. Looks like it wants to try to go down. Come on, SPY. But SPY has hit some massive areas here, guys. You've hit that bear TP price target where we had a huge bounce already, but that bounce trade is complete, guys. That 0 DT bounce trade is complete, and they could still knife this market. So just recognize that the tradable bounce has occurred. It's so risky trying to buy this market here into the close because we are still seeing a tremendous amount of selling in NVIDIA and AMD. If they start to sell, we're going to see even lower price. Come on, SPY. Keep going lower. Come on, SPY. Google coming in hot. Dixie still at the highs. Apple down 1.37. Guys, it's going to be semiconductors that take us lower. They haven't even sold off yet. Remember, Microsoft Meta earnings after the bell. Will investors panic out of their trades here and dump them into the close? Or will we see a huge pop off the earnings? Time will tell. If anyone has any insider information, please share it now. Our SPY's trying to be defended at the lows there. Surprised we didn't sweep it though, but that's a little bit of a positive. I still think we can go lower on SPY. But you are holding double bottom for now. It's an aggressive buy. Wouldn't be surprised if we knifed through it still. I don't trust this double bottom. I do not trust the double bottom. But for now, they're holding steady. Semiconductors getting a nice bid, lifting the market up. Dixie softening just a touch. IWM having a decent bounce. We got final 29 minutes left. And it's a big pump here. That's a really big zero. Damn, I almost took those 632 zeros. Saw them at around 80 cents. Now they're at $1.30. Damn, man, this volatility is crazy. It can make or break you. But I've made my money today. We took a nice short off of that. Did I paper hand it? Yes. But I still made a nice, about 75%. But the contracts ran. Oh my goodness. Huge, huge, huge. And you can see the long level. So we telegraphed the short level. We had that aggressive long level, which I said I wasn't going to take. Knife through that. This was your bigger long level. Much, much bigger support. I'm still surprised semiconductors haven't sold off, guys. Still such a strong, strong tape for semis. Remarkable price action. Remarkable. Next leg lower. Take us down. Damn, I'm hungry again. This made me hungry. Joby went negative. UNH firm. UNH, man. UNH might have put in a low today, guys. So diverging from the market. As the market's falling, healthcare stocks are catching a nice bid. So this could potentially be the low for UNH, guys, just as a heads up. All right, SPY, give us new lows on the session. Look at that bottoming tail on UNH, guys. That is a thing of beauty. I wish there was a little bit more volume, but still enough there. But that is a filthy. You feel that? Yeah, I know. My tummy rumbling too. But nice bottoming tail, potential near-term bottom or a potential cycle bottom. This could be a cycle bottom for UNH, guys. That is a beautiful thing to see. UNH makes all sorts of sense for a long-term investment. It really, really does. What if we gap up tomorrow, then it's a short. I'd be surprised if we gap up tomorrow. You never know. I think we more inclined to gap. I hope we gap down, and then we can buy calls. But the semiconductors still haven't sold off, guys. They are just remarkable. I mean, such remarkable. Look at the IWM, what it's setting up here. IWM is setting up for a 3-bar surge. Big down candle, followed through today. It's setting up for a 3-bar surge down on the Russell. Let's look at the SPX daily chart. SPX is also setting up for a 3-bar surge down. That would be beautiful. Right into this gap. It would be an epic day trade bounce that we can catch tomorrow if that occurs. SPY wants to go lower though. Give us new lows, SPY. Give us new lows. We want new lows on SPY. Bitcoin trading down sharply at 116,000. We still have lower on BTC. Drop it down. Drop this market down. You think Meta will beat and go to 730? Well, here's the thing about Meta. They have been spending like crazy. So CapEx expenditure on Meta, don't be surprised if Meta's CapEx is higher than expected. They have been pumping the AI executives, trying to basically snipe everyone from Apple and everything in between. So Mark Zuckerberg has been spending like a motherfucker, and that could be troublesome for its price action. So Meta right now is shaping up just like Netflix, head and shoulders on the daily. Yes, the pattern looks too easy to trigger, but sometimes it does. If you look at what happened to Netflix, Netflix also pretty much had that very similar pattern on the daily going into earnings, and then it just gapped down. So we'll see. The capex on Meta is quite scary. I think that it's going to blow investors' expectations out of the water. So just keep that in mind if you're looking at trading upside calls on Meta. I actually am leaning bearish still on Meta, although I don't hold any positions. If I had to bet a direction, I think it's going to come down, to be honest. All right, what do we have? Dixie trying to push higher here. Crude oil still trying to push higher here. Rates have softened a little bit. Google's still slightly positive. Is SPY going to sweep the lows? Fat chance of it. It's looking likely that it will. The volatility is slowly starting to get sucked out here. Again, there might be a day tradable bounce. Some 631 or 632 0 DTEs if we sweep the lows. That's very risky because we only have 22 minutes left in the session. It's an exhausting day, but I'm glad we were able to catch some day trades here. We also closed some swings with members. 633 SPY puts went in the money for us. IWM 223 puts printed. We caught a nice little 0 DTE trade, which I paper handed. I don't even want to look what that is. I was in the 637 zeros on SPY, right off that aggressive short level at 81 cents. Let's just see what that is at now. SPY's looking like it wants those new lows, guys. New lows. Comes the new lows. Come on, SPY, break it. Break it. If we get 631 zero DTEs, guys, around sub $1, like call it 99 cents, I'd consider taking a stab late in the session here. 631 zero DTEs. If we get them under $1, I'd consider taking a stab. Thank you, Genesis. Appreciate you tuning in. Out for the day. Nice job. Let's see what these 637s are worth now on SPY. Wow, 637 zeros are at 510. I picked them up at 81 cents and sold them around $1.40. What a friggin' paper hand trade. That's the hardest thing of trading, is knowing when to really sell. Nice bounce on SPY. They're really holding it there. Didn't sweep the lows. I still think it can, but they're trying to defend this area. It's a big area, that's for sure. You can see we've hit that downside bearish TP target. I'm so surprised that semis are still this firm on the charts. It's mind-blowingly crazy how strong they are. Why is that so weird? That's crazy. That's gross. I don't know why that's like that. That's crazy. That's not cool at all. It's crazy how some brokerages can have. Yeah, we all did, I know. It's crazy how certain brokerages don't have certain dates open. Rigged. Rigged. Come on, SPY, give us a new low of day. Again, we still have Microsoft earnings, Meta earnings, so things can either get saved here after the hours or they can get absolutely worse. If these reactions on Microsoft or Meta come in poor, this market is going to tumble. But again, they're the mega caps. Typically, people just buy them up at full force. SPY has stabilized, so even with this oversold condition, you've had a mini bounce here off of the lows. Nothing crazy. We should take out those lows, guys. We should. UNH still trading above 265. Hood and Palantir still strong. Those are risky business. Risky business. I hope and pray for you, Ram. 30 days? I just worry that there's one more down day tomorrow. 3-bar surge down on the SPX or SPY. Could work out. We're still super lofty up here, but yeah, we are in a bull market trend, so dips are certainly being bought, that's for sure. Where is an indicator? Let me see something really quickly here. Big bounce in the equity markets coming in here. Testing the 9 moving average daily chart. I want to see where we are from the 20. That'll give me a decent indication of. Yeah, the 20-day moving average on SPX is sitting at 62.98. So we're back testing the 9. There's some support here on the day chart. Nice. Yeah, DCAing is not bad. All right, decent bounce coming here in the equity markets. Final few minutes of trading here, guys. NVIDIA and semis are the standout stocks. QQQ trying to go green here into the close. Quite a bit of earnings after the bell, guys. Quite a bit of earnings. Ford, Microsoft, Meta, Hood, WDC, Sprouts, Qualix, Albemarle, Spirit Aerosystems. Yeah, copper got demolished here. It fell sharply, almost 20% or something in a few minutes. Copper got absolutely slaughtered. Look at that drop in copper. That is crazy. And that's actually good for inflation. Down 19.9% right now. Huge move down. Big punch higher here in the markets. Let's see if they sell this right into the close here. Rope this liquidity. Come on. Big bounce though. Big bounce. Crude oil still trying to push higher. QQQ is back to the green side. Oh, guys, I'm exhausted today. It's been another wild session here in the live day trade room. Crude oil trying to tap 70. Again, Microsoft Meta earnings after the bell. You got Hood. You got a lot of names. A lot of names are set to report here. So obviously there still can be a lot of market moving events as we head into the heart of earnings season. You have a huge amount of people reporting. SPY is still trying to push here. Late in the session, bit of a 0 DTE pump. People are trying to get long ahead of the earnings, as it appears that way. So Microsoft heading into this has around a 3.81 trillion market cap. Forecast is 73.79 billion. EPS $3.37. We got some gold miners, Agnico Eagles, Alamos Gold, Albemarle Marley right after the close. I'm freaking tired, but I'll stay on for a little bit as we get some earnings prints here, guys. I will stay on for a little bit. Final 4 minutes here, guys. we got? ARM, that's a big one. ARM's also reporting, guys, after the bell here. SPY's melting higher. Axos Financial. Look at the big bounce there on SPY, guys. Really, really big bid. Remarkable pump there into the close. Look at this pump. Back testing prior day low on the S&P. Monster. Qs, you can't stop the Qs. They're just monsters. Pushing right back to the high side. Such a strong NASDAQ market. Semiconductors still holding absolute power and strength. Look at that straight shot bounce in the market, guys. Oh my god, this thing is insane. This market is crazy. It's absolutely insane. The amount of liquidity that there is in this market is just... Oh yeah, Carvana reports as well after the close. There's some interesting reports, guys. There's some really interesting reports. Really, really interesting. I don't know why the 633 0 DTEs are still priced at 25 cents a con right now. They're still very high. For 2 minutes left in the session, still very, very high right now. 24 cents, unless we get a big candle down here. Is that what the market might be pricing in? But those 633 puts on SPY are still priced huge. Even though they'll expire worthless here in a minute or so. I don't know why they're still priced so high. Really, really interesting there. Unless we get a big candle down the last minute, they're still priced at 22 cents a con, $22 a contract. Ah, 26 now, 27. Are they going to knife it down here into the close? Those are still priced huge. Still $1.20 away, and they're now still trading at 29 cents. Oh my goodness. That's still expensive for this late in the session. I guess market makers are trying to drip it lower here. A little bit of profit taking here into the close. Look at that volume on SPY, huge volume. All right, there's the market close, guys. So S&P barely green, QQQ up 0.15, IWM huge rebound across the board. We got earnings that are happening after the bell here. We got Microsoft, Meta, the big ones. See what Carvana wants to do. There's too many charts to watch here. All right, so we'll see with Robinhood, Microsoft, Meta report, Carvana gapping up here already. CVNA seeing some strength. Murray Marley also reports quite a bit of reports here. QCOM, Lam Research. There's a lot of charts that are set to report here, guys. Qualcomm reporting earnings here. Let's look at QCOM. QCOM forecast revenue. They did beat. Qualcomm seeing a little bit of positivity. Carvana, Magnolia Oil. Qualcomm down slightly. A lot of little companies are starting to report. So QCOM is coming down a little bit. QCOM has a 6.25% weighting in SOXX. It is the fourth largest weighting in semiconductor land, guys. So Qualcomm is gapping down here slightly. It has a weighting of 6.25% in the SOXX. Can see a bit of downside action on QCOM. AMD is trying to push higher here. Sprouts Farm, double beat. Qualcomm revenue 10.37 billion. Microsoft gapping to the upside here. So MSFT seeing some strength, pushing to the upside. Big push in Mr. Softy, guys. Look at Microsoft going to the highs. New all-time highs. New all-time highs. Big punch through on Microsoft. Microsoft pushing here, guys. Because I executed a small short on Microsoft there. Okay, so we got a big beat on Microsoft, double beat EPS by 10 cents. Let's look at ARM. ARM is falling here slightly. ARM is definitely coming in a little bit. Hood is starting to catch a little bit of movement here. Ticker Hood is seeing some strength. Meta's side here, guys. Meta earnings coming in. Huge push in the QQQ here. Microsoft up 5.92. Meta up 5. Big beat there. Strong numbers on Meta. Let's see Hood here. Hood also seeing a strong double beat. Huge push in the equity markets here, so it looked like that was a big dump in the markets ahead of this epic pump. But monster beats for your two big boys, Meta and Microsoft. A little bit of weakness occurring from ARM. Qs are pushing for all-time highs, up 0.7% in the pre-market in the after hours. Research is now perking up here. Robinhood profits more than double on robust trading volumes. So Hood is seeing a strong print. But a lot of positive earnings across the board here. Hood, Microsoft, Meta, Lam Research, LRCX posting a beautiful reaction here as well. So crazy moves across the board for a lot of these names. Lam Research. Really, your only weak ones that I'm seeing is ARM, ARM. But it's not really affecting Qualcomm. QCOM and ARM are kind of your two laggers in the semiconductor space. ARM is seeing some downside. But what a Google under a little bit of pressure, but Microsoft up 6, Meta up 8.6%. Hopefully, Starphrase, you took calls on Meta. Again, earnings, guys. We still have the earnings conference calls that can change things, but so far looking pretty good. Pretty good. Let's look at Qualcomm again. NVIDIA charging to new highs. Qualcomm under a bit of pressure itself. Lam Research sees, let me check Carvana in a second. Lam Research sees Q3 revenue 4.9 to 5.5 billion. Let's see Carvana here real quick. The Meta's pumping. Carvana Q2 revenue 4.85 billion. Look at 4.84 billion. It's also pumping here in the after hours. But look at Meta go. Let's look at that daily chart of Meta. It is absolutely ripping. Apple's negative, Google's negative, Tesla's slightly positive, but Meta up almost 9%, guys, in the pre-market. 9%, making new highs there on Meta. Strong print. Carvana going here. Hood is taking a bit of a breather. So Hood is taking a bit of a breather, but also blockbuster report for Hood. So a lot of names. Meta platform expects year-over-year growth rate in Q4 to be slower than Q3. Okay, so that is slightly a negative headline. They're saying they're expecting their next quarter, Q4, to be slightly lower than Q3. Still shrugging things here and pushing to the upside. Microsoft still trying to move here. Carvana sees sequential increase in retail units in Q3. Lam Research, Sprouts, Q2 sales beat Wall Street analyst estimates. So Hood still trying to push. And again, guys, I did execute some common shares short on Microsoft in the after hours. Looks like a blow-off move. Let's look at Sprouts here. So very strong after hours prints coming across the board. Sprouts Farmers Market. What are you doing, Sprouts? Meta's still a monster here in the after hours. Sprouts Farmers coming in, trying to push up here. Netflix is struggling in the after hours. Bitcoin still struggling. Hood still up a couple percent. Meta up 9% now, guys. Meta is ripping to the upside here. Monster beats across the board. It's going to be a huge tech-heavy rally tomorrow. As long as Microsoft and Meta don't fumble the earnings calls, it will be a monster. It'll be a monster report. Look at Microsoft going huge stick to the. So what's Microsoft's market cap now? This is going to narrow the gap between Microsoft and Nvidia. So 3.81 trillion, and this is how big of a pump in the after hours? This is about a what is this? Let me take a peek here. So 7% pump in the after hours on a 3.81 trillion market cap. It's another 266 billion. So it takes it over 4 trillion, guys. Microsoft just hit over 4 trillion here. So over 4 trillion. Second $4 trillion company. Crazy. That is a beast. That is an absolute monster, guys. Wow. Crazy. All right, guys, I am going to wrap things up here. Again, thank you all for tuning in. Great profits today from UNH to NVO to SoFi to shorting the market off of FOMC. Beautiful job to closing some swing trading puts right at the lows here. We did bank quite a bit on the swing trades today as well as the day trades, so give yourself a round of applause. And tomorrow we get to do it all again, and we're going to have huge volatility with these absolute insane movers. Is this type of movement sustainable? I don't know. Two $4 trillion companies right now with some pretty crazy valuations. They're very phenomenal reports. I think tomorrow is going to set us up for a pretty good short setup across some individual names. That being said, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.